Right, without further ado, sorry, I forget our partners there. Our partners for today's sale is KTL Storage. You've got the Kingfisher Insurance Group. You've also got Fast and Funded. So if you need insurance or you need funding, do find these guys. They are around. Ask some questions and you will be able to find out more on this. Also yesterday, if you were a purchaser of a motorbike, then we do have moving motorcycles as well. Without further ado then, we are on to the car auction here today. It's the 6th of September at Manor Park, and we're starting with lot number 201 then, the 1995 Mercedes-Benz E 220 Coupe, to be sold with no reserve. Bidding has been going crazy online. It started at £100, it's already in at 18, 19, 2,000, 2-1 is the bid now at 2,100 on the first lot here today. At 2-1 is bid. At 2,000, 2,100 we're bid now at 2-1. At 2-1, 2-2. At 2,002 is online. At 2,000, 2,002 in Sussex is with you. 2-3 against you now. At 2,003, Belfast, you're in. At 2,300 a bid. 2-4. At 2,004. At 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. At 2,405. At 2-5 is bid. At 2,005. At 2-5, 2-5, 2-5. Would anyone else like to come in for 2-6? At 2,500, are we finished? Are we done? It's the last chance in fair warning. 2-6 down front. Thank you, sir. Your bid. At 2-6 before you online. 2-7's back to the internet. At 2,007. Shakes the head now on the front. At 2,007, the bid. At 2,7, 2-7. At 2,007, are we finished and done online? At 2,700 for the first time, then it goes. At 2,700 for the second time. Selling away, make no mistake, finished and done. First lot of the day, sells now at £2,700. Sold at 2,700. Thank you, online bidder. That is yours. Bidder number 18023, 18023. Moving on down we go this time then. Lot number 202, this time the 2006 Mercedes-Benz SLK 280. Another lovely Mercedes coming your way now. There we go. Starting off, I've got a commission bid straight in at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. I'll take 2-2 next. At £2,000 is bid on the commission bid now. 2-2, my bidder's out. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,002, would anyone like 2-4? At 2-4 you do. At 2,000, 2,400 is the bid in Merseyside. Local money now at 2,004 is with you. At 2-4 bid. At 2,000, 2,400, would anyone else like 2,006? At 2-4 the bid. 2-6 back in. At 2,006 it goes on online. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. At 2,000, 2,006. At 2,600, are we finished and done here at just £2,600? Would anyone else like to come in for 2-8? I'll take the gentleman's bid before you will. 2-8 seated. At 2,008, online, would you like to come in for 3? At 3, they do. At 3,000, 3,000 is bid. At 3,000, 3,000, would you like to go another 2, sir? At 3,000 a bid. Online now at 3,000. I'll take 100 if it helps. At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,000 is online bid here at 3. Would anyone else like another 100? At 3,000 a bid. 3-1 down front. Thank you again, sir. At 3,001. It's against you now online. You're coming back in for 3-2. At 3,000, 3,200 is bid. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 with the original bidder now online in Merseyside. It's with you at 3,002. At 3-2 is bid. 3-3. It goes on. At 3,003. At 3,000, 3,300 is the bid now at 3,003 with you online. At 3,003. Would anyone like 3-4? Thank you again, sir. Back in now at 3-4. Seated at the front. At 3,400, we are bid. At 3,000, 3,004. 3-5 if you're coming back in now online. 3-5 you do. Thank you again. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,500 is the bid here online. At 3-5, would you like 3-6, sir? 3-6, thank you again. Nods the head. Yes, we do. 3-6 is in. At 3,600 a bid. Online, I'm looking for you now. 3-7, you coming back. At 3,600, seated bidder at the front. At 3,006, would anyone else like to come in now? At 3,600, put the hammer up. At 3,000, 3,006. Last chance in fair warning. Gentleman's bid. 3-7's back in online. At 3,007. Nearly there, sir. At 3,000, 3,007. 3-8, thank you. At 3,008. At 3,800 is the bid. At 3-8, 3-8 bid seated now at 3,008. Online, you're coming back in for 3-9. You're thinking about it. 3-9 you are. At 3,000, 3,900 is the bid now. 3-9. At 3,000, 3,900 a bid. New bidder, in fact. At 3,900 in Warrington this time at 3-9. At 3,000, 3,009. At 3,900, would anyone else like £4,000? Are we finished and done? 4's bid. Thank you again, sir. At 4,000. At 4,000, 4,000 is the bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Would anyone else like another 100? At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done? Last chance. Fair warning then. Gentleman's bid. Seated at the front. Make it nice and quick if you're coming in for one more. Go once. Go twice. Finished and done then. Provisionally with you, sir, at £4,000. We'll make the phone call. What's your paddle number? 720. Thank you very much. 720. 4,000. Provisional. Moving on to lot number 203. Lot number 203 is this lovely little MG Midget, 1966 in the year. It's had over £6,000 spent on this one. Looks absolutely glorious in the red. We're going to start off with your bid there, Will. You're straight in at £2,000. I'll take 200s on this one if we can. At 2,000, 2,000, little MG Midget now. At 2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Would anyone like 2? At 2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,000, are we finishing? 2-2 bid in the center. Thank you, sir. At 2-2 bid. At 2,200, we're bid now at 2,002. 2-4's in online. At 2,004, would you like 2-6? 2-6 is bid. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600, we're bid now. 2,006 is bid. Online, would you like to go to 2-8? They do. At 2,008. 3 next, sir? 3,000 bid. Thank you again. At 3,000 bid. Gentleman's bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000 is the bid now, 3-2. At 3,200 online. At 3-2, 3-4. 3-4 bid. At 3,004. At 3,400 is the bid now. Gentleman's bid here at 3,004. 3-6, they're fast and keen online. 3-6, would you like 3-8? 3-8's bid back in now at 3,008. At 3,000, 3,008. 4's bid. 4-2, sir. 4-2's bid. Thank you again. At 4,002. At 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. Would anyone else like 4-4? At 4,200 is a gentleman's bid here then. At 4,002, are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning online. I'll take 4-3 if you're nice and quick, but I'm going to give you the countdown at 4,002 for the first time. At 4,002 for the second time then. We're finished. We're done at £4,200. Your bid, sir, at 4-2, 561. Thank you. 561, 4,200 provisional. Moving on down, we go to lot number 204. Look at this here. 2,000 in the year. The Daimler 4-litre V8. No reserve. Must be sold here today. Let's get it going then. You're in at 2, 2-2, 2-4, 2-6, 2-8, 3,000 we start. At 3,000 is bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. 3-2 in the center. At 3-2 bid. At 3,000, 3,002. At 3-2 to bid now, 3,002. 3-4 back in. 3-6 is bid. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 is the bid. At 3,600 online, would you like to go 3-8? At 3,006, 3-8 bid. With you now, sir, at 3,008. At 3,000, 3,008. Would anyone like 4? At 3,800 is the bid now at 3,008. I'll take 3-9 if anyone wants to join in here. At 3,800 is bid. At 3,008. You're thinking about it online. 3-9 back in. 4,000 bid. I'll take 1 again. At 4,000, gentleman's bid. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done then at 4? At 4,000 is bid. At 4,000, 4,000. There's a few of you hovering online. Would you like 4-1? At 4,000, 4,000 the bid. 4-1's bid. 4-2 straight back in. Thank you. At 4,002. At 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. At 4,002. At 4,200, we're bid now at 4,002. Gentleman's bid then at 4,200, finished and done. Last chance in fair warning then. At 4,000, 4-3, 4-4. It goes on at 4,004. Would you like one more online? At 4,004. At 4,000, 4,400 a bid now. 4,004 is the bid. At 4,004. For the first time then online at £4,400. For the second time at £4,400, finished and done then, 4,400. Your bid, sir, 863, 4,004. Thank you very much. 4,004, 863. Excuse me, sir, can I just have that paddle number again? Is it 863? Was it 863? 863, thank you. 863. Moving on to lot number 205. 5 this time then, lot number 205. The 1998 BMW. It's the 316 here then. Look at this, low mileage, superb service history on this one. Lovely looking car. Going to start the bidding off with you then at 1,000, 12, 14, 1,600 we're bid. I'll take 18 next. At 1,600 is bid. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600 with my commission bidder at the minute. At £1,600. At 1,600, 18 bid. 2,000's back to me. Would you go 2,2, sir? 2,2's bid. My commission bidder's out. You're in at 2,002. At 2,000, 2,002. At 2,002, would anyone else like 2,4? And now's your chance if you do. At 2,000, 2,002. At 2,200, finishing done then. Gentleman's bid here at 2,002. I'll put the hammer up. It's going to sell today. I'll take 2,3 if anyone's nice and quick. At 2,000, 2,002. Finishing done then once. 2,3. 2,3's bid. Would you like 2,4? 2,4. Shakes the head at 2,004 in the center. At 2,4, 2,4, 2,4. At 2,400 on the BMW it goes. At 2,400 once. At 2,400 twice. I'm selling, make no mistake, at £2,400. Your bid, sir, 2,400. 821, thank you, 821. 2,400 sold away. Moving on to lot number 206 this time then. Lot number 206, 1990 Ford Escort, the XR3i Cabaret. Beautiful, beautiful looking car it is. Where are we up to with this one then? Start me off somewhere. Who's got, I don't know, £5,000 to start on this one? XR3i Cabaret. How about £3,000 to start then? 3 to get it going, surely. That's a bargain, isn't it? 3, you think so too. Thank you, online's in. I'll take 3,2 next. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid now, 3. At 3,000, your bid online. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, anyone coming in for another 2? At 3,000 a bid. Maiden bid here online at the minute. At 3,000, 3,2, thank you. At 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. At 3,002. At 3,004 is back online. At 3,004, new bidder there in Herefordshire. Welcome, it's with you at 3,004. At 3,004, would anyone like 3,6? At 3,000, 3,006 is bid. Thank you again online. At 3,006. At 3,600 is the online bid. At 3,6, 3,6, 3,6. Would anyone else like 3,008? Are we finished and done here? Make no mistake online. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,006 and 3,8's bid. At 3,008, we're now in. At 3,800, back to you, Herefordshire, then at 3,008. At 3,008. Would you like 4 underbidder? At 3,800 for the first time. At £3,800 for the second time then, finished and done at £3,800 with the online bid. Provisionally with you online, 3818024. Moving on to lot number 207 is the 1975, the little Triumph Dolomite Sprint there, lovely looking car. You're in there at 2,000, 2,2, 2,4, 2,6. We start online, takes my commission bidder out. It's online bid now at 2,006. At 2,000, 2,006 and 2,008. At 2,800 to bid. And 3 bid now. At 3,000, 3,000, you're in online at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, would you like to come back in for 2? 3,2 you do. At 3,2. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,400 is bid. At 3,4, 3,4 with you online in Lincolnshire at the minute. At 3,004 is your bid. At 3,004. And 3,6 bid. At 3,000, 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid now at 3,008. Would you like to go £4,000? At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid. At 3,800, are we finished and done here? At £3,800, make no mistake, online underbidder. You coming back in for one more. Now's your chance. At 3,800 for the first time then. At 3,800 for the second time. At 3,800, finished and done. Make no mistake then at £3,800. Provisionally with you online at 3,008 to 18,011. Moving on down, we go to lot number 208. I believe we got a couple of telephones on this one as well. It's the 1969 Ford Cortina. The Cortina there, the Alan Mann tribute as well. Lovely looking tribute indeed. Great decals on this one. Great livery. Looks very well presented. Start me off. You're in there at 4. Sorry to disappoint you. I got loads of bids on this one. I'm just going to go 4-5, 5,000, 5-5, 6,000's bid, 6-5, 7,000, 7-5, 8,000, 8,500 we start. And on outright sale now at 8,005. At 8,500, 9. At 9,005, back to me. At 9.5 is bid. One more might do it online. At 9.5 is the bid. At 9,005. And 10,000, my commission interest is out. You're in online at £10,000. At 10,000, it's going to Buckinghamshire at the minute. And 10.5 is bid. At 10,000, 10,005. At 10.5, 10.5, 10.5. At 10,500 is the bid. And 11 back in. 11,000 is with you. And 5 bidding goes on at 11,005. At 11,500 is the bid now at 11.5. Would anyone else like to come in for 12? At 11,005. I tell you what, we'll take the quarter, we'll take the 250. You're coming back in for a smaller bite then. 11,750 they are. 11,750 is bid. Would anyone like £12,000 on this one here? 11,750 is the bid now. 11,750, 12. At 12,000, 12,000, one more quarter online, you're coming in for another bid. At 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000 is the bid now, 12. I'll put the hammer up then at 12. 12,250 is bid. At 12,250 it goes on. At 12,250, 12,5, 12,5, 12,5. Online bidding now at 12,5. The telephone's out, you'll be glad to know. At 12,005. At 12,000, 12,500 underbidder, you coming back. Now's your chance if you are. At 12,005, hammers up. 12,5, 12,750. At 12,750, 13 bid. At 13,000 now. At 13 bid. At 13,000, would you like to go again online? At 13,000, the hammer's up. Make it nice and quick if you're coming back in. At 13,000 for the first time with the online bidder then. At 13,250. At 13,250's bid. At 13,250 now. At 13,250, 13,5. At 13,5, 13,5. At 13,500 is the bid. At 13,5, finished and done here then. At 13,500, we're going to count you down online. No, we're not. 13,750 bid. At 13,750 the bid now. 13,750 is in Buckinghamshire. Welcome. 13,750. Would you like 14? At 13,750 and 14,000 it goes on. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000 the bid. Great looking car. Find another. At 14,000. Once. At 14,000. 250. 14,250 back in. At 14,250 is bid. Would you like to go 14,5 online? At 14,250 then the bid. Once at £14,250. Twice. Hammers up. We sell this time. Make no mistake. We're finished and done at 14,250. So 14,250. 5717. Moving on to lot number 209 then. Lot number 209 is this 2001 Porsche Boxster there, 2.7. Lovely little manual model, this one as well. Looks great outside there. Start me off with my commission bid interest. You're in at 1,000. I'm going to go 12, 14, 16, 18, 2,000, 2002. My bidder at the minute, 2004, 2006 is bid. At 2006, at 2000, 2006. At 2,600, would you go 2.8 up top? 3,000's back to me, though, unfortunately. I'll take another 2 if you're coming in. At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,000 we're selling today. Make no mistake. At 3 the bid now, 3. 3,002. My commission interest is out now. It's all online with you at £3,200. At 3.2 the bid. At 3,000, 3,002, then are we finished? Are we done? At 3,200 is bid online. 3.4. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,400 is bid. Would you like to go 3.6 online? Are we finished and done? At 3,004. Once, twice, selling now at £3,400. Sold at 3,417,876. Moving on to lot number 210 then is the 1998 Lotus Elise. I've had a good look at this one, but I'm going to go over to Stephen Berry to introduce this glorious looking car.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, the Lotus Elise, named after the granddaughter of Romano Artoli, who at the time was in charge of that, shall we say, troubled company. Yes, but this was truly a great era for Lotus. I was lucky enough to go down to the factory at Heffel before this car actually emerged and talk to some of the people that were involved in its design and construction, including Julian Thompson. I met a lot of people at Lotus who, like me, were motorcycle enthusiasts. I think part of the design brief on the Elise was to create a road car, a usable, practical road car that gave the same on-the-road thrills as a superbike. Innovative bonded aluminium chassis. It's got a mid-mounted 1.8 Rover K-series engine, but it's not about the engine, it's about the handling. This is a Lotus. This one languished in a barn unloved for 15 years. It was pulled out and has been completely recommissioned. New belts, new fluids, everything that needed replacing has been replaced. But this is a very original car. It's a Series 1. And if you ask me which British car from the 90s will become collectible, I would say, Tom, the Series 1 Lotus Elise.
Well, then on the Series 1, they're straight in now at 6,000, 6.5s online. I'm in at 7, 7.5, and 8,000 we start. At £8,000 with my commission bidder now. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would anyone else like another 5? At £8,000 is the bid here at 8. At 8,000, 8,000 is the bid. 8.5s in online. At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,500 with the online bid at the minute. At 8,005. At 8.5 bid. At 8,005. Would anyone else like 9,000? At 8,005. At 8,500, I'll take a quarter if it helps. At 8,005. At 8.5, 8.5, 8.5. Coming in for another one. 8,750 they do. 8,750's bid. 9,000. Back in now 9. At 9,000 in the United States. Welcome is with you. At 9,000 a bid. I don't know if it is. At £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000. It could be in the States or it could be in Suffolk. At 9,000 a bid. At 9,000, 9,000. Would anyone like another quarter? At £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000. Are we finishing done with the online bid here at just £9,000? We will submit the bid to the vendor. Make no mistake. 9,250 back here. At 9,250. At 9,250. Would you like to go 9.5? At 9,250 is the bid. At 9,250, 9,250. At 9.5, back in now 9.5. At 9.5, 9.5, 9.5. At 9,500, we're bid. At 9.5, 9,750, back in. 2 bidders here. At 9,750, they both want this one. Would you like to go 10 in the States? At 9,750 to bid. At 9,750, go 10 if you do. Last chance in fair warning online. At 9,750 is bid. Are we finished? Are we done? 10's back in now 10. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000 is your bid online. At £10,000. Would anyone else like to go 250 on this one here? At 10,000, I'll submit the bid, so make no mistake. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Finished and done. Last chance, fair warning. If you're coming in, now's your chance. We go once then at 10,250's bid. At 10,250 to bid. At 10,250, 10.5. At 10.5, 10.5, 10.5. That was a new bidder then, I think. You coming back in for 10,750 online. At 10.5 is bid. At 10,005. Are we finished and done at 10,005? At 10.5, 10.5 is an online bid now at 10,500. If you're finished and done, it's your last chance in fair warning. It goes once, it goes twice. It's finished, it's done at £10,500. Provisionally with you online, 10.5, 8016, 8016, 10,500. Moving on down, we go to lot number 11. This time is the 1982 Ford Capri 2.8i on this one, an original specification as well. You're in there at 5, 5.5, 6,000. I'm going to have to go 6s with my bid. I'll take 6.5. There you go. That helps. 6.5 bid. At 6.5, my commission interest is out now. At 6,005 is online. At 6.5 bid. At 6,000, 6,500 here on the Capri. Then at 6.5. Would you like to go 7 online? At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 is bid. 7's in now at 7. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000 coming in for 5. 7.5 you do. Thank you again online. In Bedfordshire is with you at 7,005. At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. There's a few of you hovering at home. You coming in at 8,000 you do. Thank you very much online. It's your bid at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 is the bid now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000 are we finished and done? I'll take 250 if it helps you online underbidder. At £8,000, it's with you. 8,250's bid. At 8,250 back in. At 8,250, would you like to go 8.5? At 8,250 bid. At 8,250 is the bid here at 8,250, make no mistake. At 8,250, 8,250 then. Are we finished? 8.5, we're not. At 8,005. At 8.5, 8.5, 8.5. At 8,500 is the bid here. At 8,005, would anyone else like another 250 now? At 8,500 is bid. At 8,005 then for the first time is with you online at £8,500. For the second time then at 8,005. Center of the room, sneaking your hand up. 8,750, thank you sir, I see you. 8,750 your bid. At 8,750 back in now on the floor here at £8,750. 9. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, would you like another 250 sir? At £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, are we finishing done? This is a cheap car at just £9,000. Make no mistake. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Last chance. Fair warning this time then at £9,000 for the first time. Online, would you like another 250, sir? At £9,000 for the second time then. We're finishing done. Online bid has it at £9,000. With you online at £9,000. We'll make that call. Thank you very much. Bidder number 1063. Moving on to lot number 212. Lot number 212 is this 1991 Land Rover Defender. 90 chassis on this one. Beautiful restored example. Looks lovely, it does indeed. Especially in the green color, well suited to the vehicle. Start me off there. I'm in at 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, £8,000 we start. At 8,000's bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 is the bid, 8.5. At 8,005. And 9,000 back into my bidder now at 9. At 9,000, 9,000 is bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. I'll take 5 if you're coming in anywhere else. At £9,000. At 9 the bid. We'll go 250 if it helps anyone out. At 9,000 here. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,250's bid. At 9,250 the bid is online here. At 9,250. Would anyone else like to go 9.5? At 9,250 is bid. At 9,250, 9,250, 9,250. At 9,250. I'll take 9.5 if you're coming in. Make it nice and quick if you do. At £9,250. Are we finished and done then? At 9,250 for the first time. At 9,250 for the second time then. Finished and done. 9,250 online. Same way as the last. 9,250. We will make the call for you online bidder. Moving on down we go to lot number 213, 1973. It's the Austin Victoria this time there. It's the deluxe edition as well. Look at that, great looking car indeed. I don't know, who's got £1,000 to start me off today on this one? £1,000 to start. Anyone interested at £1,000? 1,000 up top, I see you. 1,000's bid straight away, thank you. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. We'll go in 200s for now if we can. If anyone wants to come in, would anyone like to go 1-2? At £1,000 is the bid. 1-2 down front. At 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Would you like to go 1-4 up top? 1-4? 1-4. At 1-6. 1-6 is back down here. Would you like to go 1-8? 1-8's bid. 2,000. Would you go another 2, sir? 2-2. 2-4. 2-6. What about 2-7, sir? At 2006 at top, I'll take 2.7 if anyone else is interested now. At 2,000, 2006 up top. At 2.6 is bid. At 2,000, 2,600, we're bid now at 2006. Are we finished and done? We can sell at that, so make no mistake here. At 2,600 for the first time, then at 2,600 for the second time. Finished and done, selling with you up top at 2,600. 755's way, thank you. Moving on down we go to lot number 214. Lot number 214 is this cool looking 1953 GMC 3100 pickup truck there. Look at that one. Monstrous looking pickup. This is from the 50s as well. Start me off on this one. Where are we up to? You're in at 6, 6.5, £7,000. At 7,000 we start. 7,000 is my bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000 here. At 7.5's online. At 7,005. At 7,000, 7,005 in 8 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, welcome Northamptonshire. You're in at £8,000 is your bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 is the bid. I'll take 250, no need, 8,500. 8,500 it goes on, 9,000 straight back in. South Yorkshire, you're in at 9. At 9,000 is bid. Would you like to go 5 anywhere else? At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. 9,500 is bid. At 9,500 back in online. At 9,510. At 10,000 now. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Would you like to go another 5 online? 10,500 you do, thanking you. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005 and 11 bid. 11,000 is online. Are we finished? 11,500 back in. At 11,005. At 11,000, 11,005 and 12,000 pounds. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. The hammer's in the hand. It's going to sell today. 12,500. At 12,005. At 12,500, 12,500, 12,500. Your bid online at 12,005. I'll take the quarters now. It's going to sell today. We won't go any lower, but if you want 12,750, come in now. At 12,005. At 12,000, 12,500 for the first time. 12,750 back in. At 12,750 to bid. And 13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000 is bid online now at 13. Would anyone else like another 250? At 13,000 pounds. Are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning. This time then at 13,000 pounds. The hammer's up. Last chance. Fair warning. I sell this time then at 13,250. 13,250. 13,500. Thank you, underbidder, for coming straight back in. 13,500 is your bid. At 13,005. At 13,500, 13,500. At 13,500 once. At 13,500 twice. And it sells now at 13,500 pounds. It goes. Sold 13,500. 17,839. 17,839. 13,500. First one in of the day, lot number 204, the Daimler 4-litre V8, sold away at £4,500. Moving on to lot number 215, then 215. Next one in the sale is the 1972 Rover P6, another great-looking Rover in this sale today. Then look at that, looks great. This one does great colouring on it as well. I've got several commission bids. You're in at 2, 2,500, 2,500, 3,000, 3,500. 4,000, 4,500, 5,500. We start here at 5,500 and it's on outright sale from the word go, ladies and gentlemen, at 5,500. At 5,500 with my commission bidder here at 5,500. At 5,500, I'll take quarters. It's on sale today. Would anyone like a 750? At 5,500. At 5,000, 5,500 is bid. At 5,000, 5,500 it sells today, then at 5,500. At 5,500. At 5,500, would you like 750 anywhere else? At 5,500. At 5,500. 5,750, I see you, but 6,000's back to me. At 5,750, 6,000 bid back to my commission bidder at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, I'll take another 250. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Are we finishing done here at 6? At £6,000, go 250 again if you will. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning if you're coming in anywhere else. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Late bid, thank you, 6,250 bid. At 6,250, 6,500 is with me. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,500, are we finished and done here then at 6,500? At 6,500, 6,500, you coming back in, sir, for one more. At 6,005. Are we finished? Are we done then? Hammers up then at 6,500. Make no mistake, now's your chance if you're coming back in for one more. At 6,500 once. At 6,500 twice. And selling now at £6,500 it goes. Sold to my commission bidder, 6,500 to bidder number 3033. If you're watching online, that is yours. Moving on to lot number 216 then. Lot number 216. Cool looking car, this one. It's the 1987. You don't see many of these on the roads anymore. The Ford Fiesta 950, popular. Great looking car, this one. I've got several commission bids there. You're in at 2. Going to go 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000, 4,500, and £5,000. We had 2 people leave that commission bid, but the person that left it first is starting with you at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. I'll take 200s if you want to come in. At 5,200, that sorts that problem out. 5,200, you're in. At 5,002. At 5,000, 5,200 is bid now at 5,002. At 5,002, would anyone else like to come in for 5,400? At 5,002. At 5,200 is bid. I'll take 5,300 if you're nice and quick. Won't go any lower. Would you like a £100 bid? At 5,002. At 5,000, 5,200 is the bid now at 5,002. Are we finished and done then? I can sell, so make no mistake. The hammer's up. At 5,200, are we finished? Are we done? Once, twice, and selling online with you at £5,200 it goes. Sold at 5,200, 18,030. Another little update for you, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 207 Triumph Dolomite Sprint sold away at £4,500. Moving on to lot number 217 this time then, 217, 1975 Austin Apache. Charming little character car, this one. South African as well. There we go. Low record mileage as well there. 33,000 kilometers, I believe. And we start the bidding off. Who's got £1,000? Anyone for 1,000? Gentleman's bid, thank you. At £1,000. At 1,000 bid. At £1,000 is bid now at the front. At 1,000 bid. I'll take 1,200 if anyone wants to come in here. Got to be fair to the gentleman who's opened up the bidding at £1,000. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. At £1,000 is bid. At £1,000. Sorry, sir. At 1,200. Would you like 14? 14. 16. Would you like 18? 18. 2,000. Would you like 2,2, sir? 2,2. At 2,002. Gentleman's bid here at 2,002. 2,400 again back in. At 2,004. Seated again at 2,004. 2,600. At 2,006. Would you like one more, sir? Shakes the head. With you still at 2,600. At 2,600 bid. Two seated bidders. That was at 2,006. At 2,000, 2,006. Would anyone else like 2,008? Are we finishing done? The hammer's up. We go once. We go twice. Your bid, sir, at £2,600 and selling. Yours, 2006. Thank you, 751. Moving on to lot number 218, this time 1998. It's the Bentley Arnage in the green label very as well. Lovely looking Bentley. You're in at 5. I've got no bids. We'll start at 5. At £5,000. At 5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 is bid online, 5,500. At 5,005. At 5,500 a bid now, 5,005 is bid for a Bentley at just £5,500. At 5,500 is bid. Would anyone like £6,000? At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,500 is bid. At 5,005, we'll take the quarters now then. You coming in for a 750? 5,750 they are. At 5,750, welcome in Bristol. It's with you at 5,750, 6,000 now. At 6,000, it moves on to Sussex. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000. Are we finished and done at just £6,000? Make no mistake, 6,250. 6,250 is back in. At 6,005. At 6,500 is bid. At 6,500 bid now, 6,005 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,005. Would anyone like a 750? You coming back in for one more online? You're thinking about it. 6,750, thank you. At 6,750, 7 bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, would anyone like another 250 online? At £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, we will submit the bid today, so make no mistake. If you're coming in for one more, now is your chance online. At 7,000, 7,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning then. We go once at £7,000. We go twice at £7,000. And we'll submit the bid there to the vendor, 6,381. 6,381. 7,000. Provisional. Moving on to lot number 219. Lot number 219 is this 1970 Rover P6 there in the blue this time. CS prototype, factory prototype, and the first manual as well. There we go. Starting off with this one then. Anyone got any bids on this one? Start me off. Who's got £5,000 to start here? 5,000 to go. 1970 Rover, 5 in the middle. Thank you, sir. You're in. At 5,000 we start. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. I'll take 2s on this one at £5,000. At 5,000, anyone like 2? At 5,000 bid. Gentleman's bid at £5,000 in the middle then. At 5,000, 5,000, anyone like another 2? At 5,000, are we finished and done at just £5,000? 5.2's online. 5.4 back in. At 5,004. At 5,400, gentleman's bid here at 5,004. At 5.4, 5.4, 5.4. Would anyone like 5.6? At 5,004. At 5,000, 5,400, then for the first time in the center at 5,004. For the second time, finished and done at 5.6. Thought you had it, sir, then at 5.8 back in. At 5,008. At 5,000, 5,800, you almost missed out online. Please do not leave it as long next time. At 5,008, 6,000, thank you very much. At 6,000 bid, 6.2 back in. At 6,002. At 6,000, 6,200 online Merseyside. Would you like to go 6.4? At 6,002. At 6,000, 6,200, 6.4 is back in. 6.6 again, thank you, sir. At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,600 is the bid now. 6,006 seated in the middle then. At 6,600 here. Online, 6.8. 7,000. Back in now at 7. Online, 2. Make it nice and quick if you're coming back in. At 7,000, 7.2. At 7.2, 7.4. At 7,004, gentleman's bid seated now at 7,004. Would you like to go 7.6 online? At 7,004. At 7,000, 7,400, 7.6. 7.8 back in at 7,008. At 7,000, 7,008. At 7,008, 8,000's online. 8.2's bid. At 8,002, it's on sale, so make no mistake, it's going to be sold today at 8,002. In fact, I'm going to put the hammer up online. Are you coming in for one more? Gentleman's bid at 8,200. It goes once. At 8,200, it goes twice, and it sells with you, sir, at 8,002. Oh, 8.4. 8.4. 8.6 is bid. Thank you again. At 8,006, once online, twice online, and selling at £8,600. Sold. Your way, sir. 729. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 220 of the sale, 1990 BMW 320i, and over to Steve Berry.
Tom, I want to take you back to 1990, and if you were the owner of this car, then you were living life at its best, weren't you? A four-seater convertible from BMW, the three-box design of the E30 lent itself especially well to a convertible. This is a remarkably original car. Original seats, original wheels, original stereo, original security system, original number plates, for goodness sake. And although we do have more exotic cars in the sale, how many examples of a car like this, which was a fixture of every British town and city? Let me tell you something. If you went to Benny's nightclub near Bury, where I lived back then in 1990s, it was owned by Brian Robson, who was the captain of Manchester United, and all sorts of things went on up there. But if you rocked up in an ice white BMW 320i convertible like this, with those gorgeous alloy wheels, with the Blaupunkt stereo blaring away, well, like I said, you were living life the way life was meant to be lived back in 1990. Not the most exotic car in the room, not the best looking car in the room, not the most expensive car in the room, but probably, and where would you find another one, the most original car in this room, Tom?
Well, we all like a bit of an original car, and it's a lovely car. It is. We've had a bid in straight away online of £5,000. I'm going to go 5.5 and £6,000 with me. I'll take 6.5 if anyone wants to come in now. At 6,000 bid. At 6,000, 6.5 at top. 6.5 is bid. At 6,005. At 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. At 6,500, we're bid now at 6,005. Would anyone like 7? At 6,005 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,500, we're bid now. 7's back in at 7. At 7,000, 7,000 in Staffordshire. It's with you at the minute at 7,000. 7.5 back in at 7,005. At 7,500, we're bid. At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Staffordshire, would you like to come back in for 8? At 7,005. At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Are we finished and done then at 7,005? At 7,500 is bid. I'll take 250s now if it helps. At 7,005. At 7,500, we're bid. At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Are we finished and done? At 7,500, make no mistake online. 7,750, thank you. At 7,750's bid. 8,000 back in now, 8. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 we're bid. At 8,000 the bid is here at £8,000. Online, would you like to go 250, one more? At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would anyone else like to come in the room at £8,000? At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Are we finished and done at just £8,000? Make no mistake, I will submit the bid to the vendor at £8,000. It goes once. It goes twice. Finished and done then at £8,000. We'll submit the bid for you, sir. Can I just have your paddle number if possible? £8,000, 527. We'll see what we can do for you. 527. But this is how the provisionals work. Lot number 202, Mercedes SLK, sold away at £4,500. Moving on to lot number 221, 1989 TVR, the S2. Lovely looking TVR as well. Where are we up to? Got any bids on this one? Anyone for £1,000 to start? TVR, got a bid on the book, but someone's starting me off. £1,000 is bid. 1,200's with me. At 1,200 bid. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200. At 1,200, would you like 14? 16's my bid. At 1,600. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600 with my commission bidder at the minute. 1,800, you're in. £2,000 back to me. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, would you like another 2 online? 2,2, you're in. I'm out. At 2,200 with the online bid. At 2,000, 2,002, would anyone else like 2,004? At 2,000, 2,200 is bid. At 2,2, 2,2, 2,2, 2,4. At 2,004 it goes on. 2,6 back in. At 2,006. At 2,600 we're bid now at 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is it with you in Norfolk now at 2,6. Against you in Suffolk at 2,008. At 2,800 we're bid. At 2,8 bid. At 2,000, 2,008. At 2,800 are we finished and done in it? Just 2,800, make no mistake, is here to be sold today. At 2,800 for the first time it goes. At £2,800 finished and done then. For the second time, make no mistake, £2,800 it sells. Sold away, 2008, 16835. Moving on to lot number 222, 2003 in the year. It's a BMW M3, lovely M3. This is the E46 chassis, a 3.2 convertible, lovely looking car. Looks great in the silver. Where are we up to? You're in at 6, I'm in at 6,500 and 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, we start with me now at 7. At 7,500, at 7,005. At 7,500 and 8,000's bid. At 8,005. At 8,500 is the bid now at 8,005 Northamptonshire. You're in the lead at 8,005 and 9. At 9,000 and 5. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. At 9,500 is bid. At 9,500, 10. I'm going to take your bid down the front before you online. Take the gentleman's bid down the front with you at 10. At 10,000 a bid. At 10,000, I'll take 250s from this point if anyone wants to come in. At £10,000, gentleman's bid here at 10. Would you like 250 seated? 10,250. Would you like 10,500? 10,500. 10,500 down front. Would you like 10,750? 10,750 behind. 11,000. We'll stay in the 250s for you. 11,000's bid at the front. At 11,000, 11,250. 11,500, thank you, getting a nod. 11,500, they're out, you're in at 11,500. At 11,500. At 11,500, are we finished and done here? Online, would anyone else like to come in now? Bidding? 11,750 before you will. Would you like 12? 12 is bid. 12,000, it's on sale from this point. Would you like another 250? 12,250. 12,250, they're out in the front. It's with you at 12,250. But I think online, would you like to go 12,500? Gentleman's bid at 12,250 then. It's gonna sell 12,500. At 12,500. Shakes the head here at 12,500. At 12,000, 12,500. Would you like one more? You sure? At 12,500. Once. Online bid. Twice. And selling. Make no mistake, it goes at £12,500. Sold your way online, 12,57024. Moving on to lot number 223. Going to go down to the 1967 Wolseley. Look at that, 1100 this one. Award-winning and rare 1100 twin carb version as well. Loads of history. Also has loads of character. Absolutely stunning car there in the two-tone blue as well. Where are we up to on this one? Someone start me off. You're in at 3. I'm going to go 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5. 5,000 we start. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. I'll take 5,500 if we can next. At 5,000 bid. At 5,500. 6,000. At 6,000's my bid. 6,500's my bid. I'm going to have to go with me at 6,500. I'll take 250s from this point. At 6,005. It's on sale from here at 6,005. I'll take 250s if anyone else wants to come in. Yes, 6,750. 7,000. Back to me at 7. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000 we're bid. Would anyone else like 250 now? At 7,000, 7,000, would you like one more? At 7 the bid. At 7,000, 7,000, it's going to sell today at £7,000. I'll take 250 if anyone wants to come in now. At £7,000, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning. Hammers up. It's going to go at 7,000 once, twice. Finished and done. My commission bidder at £7,000. Make no mistake, 7,000. Sold at 7,000. 3043 takes it at £7,000. Moving down, we go to lot number 224 this time, the 1978. I love this Daimler. It's the Sovereign 4.2. What a great looking vehicle this is. Looks absolutely lovely and well presentable in that color. And I'm going to start with my commission bids at 3, 3.5, 4. £4,500 we start. At 4,500. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,500 is bid. At 4,000, 4,005. At 4,505's bid now at 5. At 5,000 bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. I'll take 250s if anyone else is interested. At 5,000 we're bid. At £5,000 is the bid now at £5,000 online. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Would anyone else like to come in for one more 250? Provisionally with you online, £5,000. We will make the call. It's a bit of a long way off, but we will do that call for you online. Missed the paddle number there. It is 1096. Moving on down. Lot number 225. 1966 is the Riley Elf this time. The Mark II there. Lovely looking car again. Only 81,000 miles on the clock on this one. 1966 Riley. Who's got £1,000 to start me off today? £1,000 on the Riley, surely. Anyone interested in starting off? Bid, 1,000. At 1,000 bid. Before you, I'll take 1,200 if they want to come in. At 12, they're in. At 1,200, 14 bid. At 14 and 16, there's 14 with you still, sir. At 1,400, 16's back in online. 1,800. 1,800's bid. 2,000 now. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,2. At 2,002. Room bidders out. It's all online at the minute. At 2,002, it's in Norfolk at the moment as we speak. 2,4. 2,4. Off to Lancashire it goes. At 2,400, we're bid. At 2,000, 2,004. At 2,000, 2,400 is the bid now at 2,004. Would anyone else like to come in for 2,006? It's here to be sold. It's going to go today. 2,600. Thank you, sir. At 2,006, new bidder now. At 2,000, 2,600 is the bid. At 2,000, 2,006, finished and done. Online, would you like to come in for 2,800? Make it nice and quick if you do. At 2,600 with the gentleman down the front, goes once at £2,600. Goes twice at £2,600. Yours, sir. 736. Moving on to lot number 226. Another lovely one of our fast forward in today's sale. 1980 Ford Escort 1600 Sport. It's possibly one of the rarest Escorts available as well. Several bids here. You're in at 10, 10,500, 11,000, 11,500, and £12,000 with my commission bidder. We start at 12,000 bid. At 12,005. At 12,500 bid now, 12,500. Welcome Ireland, you're in. At 12,005, my commission interest is out. At 12,005. At 12,000, 12,005, 13 in the center. At 13 bid. At 13,000, 13,000 Ireland. Would you like to go 13,500? 13,500 they do. At 13,500. At 13,500 is bid. At 13.5, would you like 14 in the middle? At 13.5. 14 bid, thank you. At 14,000. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000 we're bid. Online, would you like to go 14.5? At £14,000. At 14,000, I'll take the 250s from this point then. At £14,000, would anyone like a quarter? At 14,000, 14,250. At 14,250, 14.5. 14.5 back in. At 14,500, gentlemen's bid at 14.5. At 14.5, 14.5. Online, I'm looking for you now. Would you like to go one more? At 14,005. Or would anyone else like to come in? At 14,500 a bid. At 14.5. 14,750. Back in online. At 14,750 is bid. At 14,750. 15 bid. Thank you again, sir. At 15,000 bid. Gentlemen's bid at £15,000. At 15,000, 15,000. At £15,000, we are bid now at 15 in the middle. At 15,000 with you, sir. At 15,000, 15,000 once then. At £15,000. Twice. Last chance online with you then, sir, at £15,000. We'll submit a bid to the vendor, sir. At 15,000 your bid. 15,002 paddle number. Could I just have your paddle number if possible, please? Excuse me, sir. Could I just have your paddle? 626. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 227, and again at Manor Park, the moment your car comes into this venue, it is on sale from the word go. Look at this one, the 1977 Triumph TR7 sold away prior to the auction. Moving on to lot number 228, 1991 Ford Escort XR3i, another lovely XR3i, looks great in the red as well. Unspoiled specification on this, you're in at 4.5, £5,000 with me. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At 5,000, would you like another 500 online? 5,500, 6,000 back to me. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6. 6,500, 7 my bid. At 7,000, 7,000, one more might do it online. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000 the bid. 7,500. My commission interest is out at 7,000. You're in at 7,500. At 7,500, it's off to Ireland it goes. At 7,500. At 7,000, 7,500. I'll take the quarters from this point. If anyone else wants to join in, it's at 7,500 with the Irish bidder. 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750 is bid. At 7,750. Would anyone else like £8,000? I tell you what, it's on outright sale, so it's going to sell today. If you're coming back in for 8, make it one more. Otherwise, I'm going to sell at £7,750 is bid. Once. 8. 8,000 now. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 is the bid now at 8,000. Would anyone else like another 250? At 8,000 bid. Once it sells at £8,000. Twice, 250. 8,250's bid. At 8,250 the bid now 8,250. At 8,250 the bid then once. At 8,250 the bid then twice. Finished done and selling 8,250 the bid online. Sold 8,250, 17669. Moving on down, we go to lot number 229 in the sale. 229 here is the Ford Granada, 2 litre, 1981 again. This is a true survivor. In fact, I cannot remember the last time I seen one of these on the roads or anywhere. You're in there at 14, I'm in at 16. 1,600 is my bid. At 1,600, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000 with me. At 2,000 with me now too. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. 2,2. My commission interest is out. You're in online. At 2,000, at 2. At 2,000, 2,002. 2,4, 2,4, 2,4. At 2,400 we're bid. 2,6 it goes on. At 2,006. 2,8 bid. At 2,008. At 2,803. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Anyone like to come in for 3,2? At 3,000 is bid. 3,2 bid now online it goes on. At 3,002. Welcome in County Londonderry. It's with you at 3,002. 3-4 against you now in Kent at 3,004. At 3,400 we're bid. At 3-4, 3-4, 3-4. At 3,400, I'll put the hammer up. At 3,400 is here to go. 3-6 back in now, 3,006. At 3,600 we're bid. At 3,600, would you like to go 3-8 online? At 3,600 for the first time. 3-8 back in. At 3,008. At 3,800 we're bid. At 3-8, 3-8 is the bid online now. At £3,800. At 3,000, 3,008. Are we finished? Are we done? Hammers up. I'm going to sell. Make no mistake. We go once at 3,800. We go twice. And it sells at £3,800. Sold at 3-8. 10,147. 10,147. Moving on down we go. Lot number 230. 1978, one of my favorite cars in today's sale is this absolutely lovely Ford Capri 2-litre. I'm going to go over to Steve.
Tom, we have all kinds of cars here at Manor Park, and it's a great place to come just for a day out. Even if you're not selling or buying, you will see some spectacular cars from some of the world's greatest car makers. You'll see Porsches, you'll see Ferraris, you will see Aston Martins. But will you see a car that means so much to lads like me and most of the people here as this Ford Capri? This was the democratization of performance. Yes, big words. In other words, this was a great looking performance car that could be owned and enjoyed by the working man. And this one is probably the best example in existence. Yes, I had one. Mine was a 3-litre S. I think the colour was Star Mist Silver. I lowered it. I put split rim alloy wheels on it. I had Recaro seats, and it got nicked from a car park in Wigan. And do you know what? I've never been back to Wigan for that ever since. This car was subject to a restoration by the same people that did the world's most famous Ford Capri. Yes, that's right. Terry's White Capri from Minder. The people who restored that car restored this car. The lad who did this had known the car since he was 11 years old. It was a real passion project. No expense spared on the restoration. The car was recently featured in Classic and Sports Car magazine where they detailed that restoration. If you're lucky enough to be here in the room today, you can see just how good this car is. It is literally perfection. And to a lot of us, and I'll say it again, a car like this means so much more than some high-priced exotic that we never be able to own. This is the car that we always promised ourselves, the Ford Capri. And Tom, this is probably the best Capri on the planet.
Yes, and it's had a great story on YouTube and on social medias as well. So please do feel free to go and check the story behind it as well. But we're in straight away at £10,000 online. At just 10,000 is bid. At 10,011, 11,000 bid. We'll stay in the thousands for the moment. At 10,011's bid online at 11. At 11,000, 11,000 in 12. At 12,000 bid. At 12,000, 12,000 you're in online. At £12,000, would you like 13 now? At 12,000, 12,000 bid. At £12,000 is the bid at the minute at 12. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. Would you like to go 13 anywhere else? At £12,000. I'll tell you what, we'll go in 500 from here then. At 12,000, I'll take 12.5 if you're nice and quick. At 12,000 bid. 12.5's back in. At 12,005. 13 bid. At 13,000 now with you online at 13. 13.5. At 13.5, 14. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000, would you like another 5? At 14,000, 14,000 is the bid now at 14. At 14.5. At 14,500 is bid. At 14.5. At 14,500 a bid now, 14.5 is bid. At 14.5, 15 back in now, 15. At 15,000, 15,000. At £15,000 we're bid online at 15. Would you like to go one more 5 for me? At 15,000 a bid. 15.5 you do, thank you online. At 15.5, 16 back in straight away. Nice fast bidding there at 16 and 16.5. At 16.5, 16.5, 17. Back in at £17,000. At 17.17. At 17,000, would you like to go another 5? At 17,005. At 17,500, 17,500, 18. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, the current bid here at £18,000 is with you online. At 18,000, would anyone else like to come in for 18,500? At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,005. At 18,500, 18,500, 19, back in now, 19. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. Find another, ladies and gentlemen, at £19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. Would you like to go 19,500? You're still hovering at home. At £19,000 is your bid at the minute. At 19,000. At 19,000, 19,005. At 19,500, 19,500, 20. At 20,000, 20,000. At £20,000, we are bid. At 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Would you like one more online? At 20,000, it's with you. 20,005. At 20,005 and 21. At 21, 21,000 pounds, we are bid. At 21,000 pounds. At 21, 21, would you like to go 5 again? At 21, 21 is your bid. At 21, 21. I'm going to go to the quarters on this lot. At £21,000, would you like a 250? At £21,000. At 21, 21. Are we finished? 21, 250. 21, 250 is bid. At 21, 250 to bid now. 21, 250, 21, 5. 21, 750 now. 22. 22 is your bid online. At £22,000, you coming in. 22, 250. 22, 5. At 22, 5, 22, 5. At 22, 5, would you like to go one more online? You've come this far. At 22,005. 22, 750's bid. 23. At 23, 23. At £23,000, 23, 250. At 23,250, your bid. At 23, 250. Would you like to go 23, 5? At 23, 250, are we finished then? Are we done online? 23, 5 or not? At 23, 5. At 23,005 is bid. At £23,500 the bid now. At 23,500 locally in Cheshire, it's with you at £23,500. Underbidder, are you coming back? Yes, they say. 23,750 back in. 24. At 24, 24, 24. At £24,000, we are bid. At 24, 24, are we finished and done then? At £24,000. 24,250. 24,500. At 24,500 is bid. At 24,500. At 24,005. 24,750 and 25. At 25, 25, 25,000 is your bid at the minute now. At £25,000. Are we finished and done here at 25,000? Would you like to come in for one more? 25,250 they do. 25,250 is bid. At 25,250 online. I'm looking for you. Would you come in for one more? At 22,500 is the next bid. It's your last chance. At £25,250, we are currently bid for the first time. At 25,250 then. For the second time, you're finished and done. It's your last chance and fair warning then at £25,250. We are very, very close on that one. Sorry, we're not. 25,250. Sold at 25,250 with you 17909. Right then, moving on to lot number 231. Lot number 231, 1997 TVR Chimaera, 4-litre on this one. Lovely TVR. This one is, where are we up to? You're in 3.5, 4,000 we start. At 4,000 bid. At 4,000 for 5 and 5 bid. 5,000 with me. At 5,000, 5,005 is my bid. 5,005. At 5,005, you coming in for 6. 6,000 you do, thank you online. At 6,005, bid with me at 6,5. At 6,5 and 7's bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, I'll take 250 next. At 7,000 a bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. 7,250 bid. At 7,250, 7,5 back in. At 7,005. At 7,500, we're bid now at 7,005. Would anyone else like to come in for one more? At 7,005. At 7,500, we're bid now at 7,005. Are we finished and done here then? Online bid at the minute at 7,500. Hammers up at 7,500. Finished and done. It's your last chance, and fair warning then is with you. Online bidder then at £7,500. Provisionally your way 17966. 7,500 provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 232. Lot number 232, 1994 BMW 840 Ci this time. Another lovely BMW this is. Where are we up to? You're in 8, 8.5, 9,000 we start. At 9,000, 9,000 bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 on the BMW 840 here at just £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. 9,5 and 10 bid. At 10,000 bid. At 10,000, 10,000 bid now at 10. I'll take 5s if we can. At £10,000. Online bid here at 10. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Would anyone else like another 5? At 10,000 is the bid now at 10. Are we finished and done then? At £10,000. Make no mistake, it's your last chance in fair warning then. At £10,000, we will submit the bid to the vendor today at 10,000 unless anyone comes in for another one more. You're thinking about it online. You're hovering. I'm going to give you that countdown. Once at £10,000. Twice. Finished and done at £10,000. Online bidder your way at 10,000. Provisionally 1056's way. Moving on. 233. Lot number 233. 1971 Austin Kimberley there. It's the X6 edition as well. Where are we up to with this one? Who's got £1,000 to start me off? 1,000. 12, 14, 16, 18, 2 bid. Online now at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,000, would anyone else? We're going hundreds on this one. Would anyone else like 2-1? At £2,000 is to be sold today. At 2,000 a bid. At 2,000, 2,000 is the bid now at 2. At 2,000, 2,000 bid. At 2,000, are we finished and done here? At £2,000, you're coming in for 1. 2-1's bid, gentleman's bid before you online. At 2-1 bid, gentleman seated. Online bidder, would you like to come back in for 2,002? At 2,001 with the gentleman here then. At 2,001, to be sold today. Make no mistake. At 2,000, 2001, finished and done then. Last chance and fair warning, 2-2. Online bids in. At 2,200 online. At 2-2, would you like 2-3, sir? At 2,002, 2-3, thank you. At 2,003. At 2,000, 2,300, we are bid. At 2,003. Online, would you like to go 2-4? At 2,300 with the gentleman seated at the front. The hammer's up, make no mistake. At 2,004. Back in online. At 2,004, shaking the head here is with you online at 2,004. Would anyone else like 2-5? At 2,004. At 2,400 is the bid now at 2,004. Are we finished? Are we done? Is your last chance in fair warning then. Online, it goes once, twice, finished and done at £2,400. Sold 678's way, 2,400. Moving on to lot number 234, 1924. It's the Buick this time. The Buick Roadster there. Very rare right-hand drive example. 1924 in the year then. Look at that. 100 years old, this car. Start me off. Who's got £10,000 to start? Anyone interested at 10? 10,000 to kick it off today. The Buick Roadster. How about £6,000 to start here? For the Buick. £6,000 to kick it off today. Surely there's a bit of 6,000. I'll go to 4,000 then. £4,000. I won't go any lower. £4,000 to kick me off. Open it up. 4's bid. Thank you. We're staying fives if we can at the minute. At 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000 is the bid. At 4,000 with a very low bid online at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Sneaking it away at £4,000. At 4,000, would anyone like 5? At 4,000, 4,000. Coming in online. That's 4,500. Thank you. At 4,005. At 4,500 is bid. At 4,500, 4,500, and 5. At 5,000 back in. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At £5,000 now at 5,000. I'll take 250s if it helps. It seems to be slow bidding on this one. At 5,000, we will submit the bid to the vendor today, so make no mistake and bid with confidence here. At 5,250, thank you. At 5,250's bid. At 5,250, 5,250. Would you like to come back in for 5,500? At 5,250, we're bid. At 5,250, 5,250. At 5,250 is the current bid here at 5,250. Are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. At £5,250 once. £5,250 twice. We will submit that bid for you online. 11,822, 5,250. Provisionally bid there, and 235, lot number 235, 1977, this lovely Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Lovely sporting saloon it is. You're in there at 5, I'm in at 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7. We start at £7,000 with my commission bid now at 7. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. 7,500, 8 back to me. At 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000 bid now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000 is the bid. Would you like to come back in for 8,500 online? At 8,005. Coming in? Thinking about it? At £8,000 with my commission interest at the minute, at £8,000. I'll take 250s if it helps. At £8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would you like the quarter online? Now's your chance. 8,250 bid. 8,500 back to me. At 8,005. 8,750 and 9. 9,000 my bid. At 9,000, 9,250 if you're coming back in, either one of those underbidders there. At £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000 is the bid now at 9. Are we finished? Are we done at just £9,000? I'll take one more 250 if you want to come in. At £9,000, then it goes once, twice. Finished and done then at £9,000. Make no mistake, 9,000. To my commission bidder, 302930 29 £9,000 provisionally. Moving on to the next one. The lot number 236, probably one of my favorites in the sale. I themed my shirt on the design of this car today. The 1956, the Ford Thunderbird there. Lady Penelope, eat your heart out. What a beautiful car it is. And we go in at a 10,000 start. At 10,000, 10,000 bid. At 10,000 now. At 10,000, 11. 11,000 in 12. At 12,000 here. Online bid at 12. At 12 and 13 bid. At 13,000, 13,000. At £13,000 the bid. At 13,000, 13,000 with you online at 13. Would you like, where to? 13, 14 at the back. Thank you. I see you there, sir. At £14,000. At 14,000. At 14, 15 back in online though. At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,000, 15,000 is against you now. At £15,000, the bid is online here at £15,000. 16's back in. Thank you again, sir. At 16,000, your bid. At 16,000, 16,000. At £16,000. We'll take fives from this point then. At £16,000, gentleman's bid at the back. I'll take 500 if the online bidder wants to come back in. 16,500, they do. At 16,500. At 16,500. Next bid, 17. 17's bid back in. Gentleman's bid now at £17,000. At 17,000, 17,500. Back in online at 17,500. At 17,500 online bid here in Northamptonshire at the minute at 17,500. 18's back in. Gentleman's bid. At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000 online, you coming back in for another 5. Make it nice and quick if you are. At £18,000. Would anyone else like to come in here on the Ford Thunderbird 1956 at just 18,500? New bidder in the floor at 18,500. At 18,005. Two bidders here at 18,005. At 18,500, 18,500. 19,000 against you now, gentlemen. At 19,000 at the back. At 19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. Would you like another 5? At £19,000. Or online, are you coming in for one more? At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, are we finishing done? Last chance in fair warning then. At 19,005 is in online. At 19,500. Surrey bidders in. At 19,500. New bidder now. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,005. 20 at the back. At £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. Gentleman's bid. At 20,000, 20,000 online. Would you like to go one more 5? At £20,000, we're bid here. At £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000 a bid. Gentleman's bid then at £20,000. Are we finished and done? At £20,000, make no mistake. Last chance, fair warning. We go once at £20,000. We go twice at £20,000 with the gentleman at the back, £20,000. Provisionally with you, sir, at £20,000. We're very close. I'm sure we'll get a deal done on that one. 730, 730, £20,000. And then we go from one cool pink car to one unexceptional 1973 Volkswagen Beach Buggy. Have a good look at that. That's a cool little fun vehicle. To be sold today with no reserve, and the bidding online is already pinging away. It was in 900, 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and £1,600 in Germany. It's with you at 1,600 a bid. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600, 1,800's bid. 2,000 now. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,2. At 2,002 with the German bidder now at 2,2. At 2,000, 2,002. At 2,002, 2,4. At 2,004, 2,6. At 2,600, you're in now at 2,006. At 2,006, would anyone else like to come in for 2,8? 2,8's bid. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,800, we're bid now at 2,008. Next bid's 3 if you're coming in. At 2,800, the bid. 3's bid now at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. 3-2 bid. At 3,002. At 3,200, we're bid now at 3-2. Would anyone like 3-4? At 3,000, 3,002. Are we finishing done at £3,200? Last chance. Fair warning. Finished and done. 3-4 screaming away on the phones at 3,004. At 3,400 a bid. At 3-4, your bid now at 3-4. 3-6 is back to the internet. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 online bid. At 3,006. Would you like to go 3-8? 3-8's bid. Telephone bid with Tim at 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 online. Would you like to come back in for £4,000? It's your last chance in fair warning. It's on the telephone. 4's bid. 4's back in online. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Telephone. Would you like 4-2? At 4,000 a bid. I'll take it. 4-1 bid. Tim's telephone. Drop the increment for you online. Would you like to go 4-2? At 4,001. At 4,000, 4,100 is the bid. Would anyone else like to come in for 4-2? At 4,000, 4,100 then. Hammers up. On the telephone, once, twice. Finished and done. 4-2 bid online. 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. At 4,200 is bid. At 4-2. At 4,002. 4-3 back in. Thank you, Tim. At 4,300, back to the telephone online. You nearly missed out last time. At 4,003. At 4,000, 4,300, the bid then once. At 4,300, the bid then twice. Hammers up. And away it sells. Make no mistake, at 4,300, finished and done. Sold at 4-3 on the telephone with you, Tim. 2006. Moving on down, we go to lot number 238. Lot number 238, another lovely Triumph in today's stag. This one is the 1974. It's the GT6 Mark III there in the red. Glorious looking car. 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, £8,000. We start with my commission bidder at 8,000. I'll take 5 next if we can. At 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 is the bid now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would anyone like a 5 here? At 8,000 a bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,500. 9,000 back to me. At 9,000 now. At 9,000, 9,000 bid. At £9,000. At 9,000 is the bid now at 9. I'll take quarters from this point then. If anyone would like a 250 at £9,000 with my commission interest. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, finished and done. Last chance, fair warning. We're going to submit the bid to the vendor then. My commission bidder at 9,000 once, at 9,000 twice, finished and done at £9,000. Provisionally with me then at £9,000, 3031. If you left that commission bid at £9,000, it is provisional and we will be in touch. Lot number 239, 1959. It's the Vauxhall PA then this time there. Where are we up to with this one? We got telephones on this one coming in as well. Start me off. Who's got £10,000 to start here? The Vauxhall Velox. Start me off. What about £7,000 to start? Just 7. 7's bid online. Thank you. That's 7,000 bid. At 7,000, 7,000. We'll go in the 500. 7.5's bid now. At 7,005. At 7,500 is bid. At 7.5 and 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000, we are bid now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000 is the bid. At 8,000, 8,000. Would anyone else like 5? 8.5, it goes on. At 8,005. 9 bid. At 9,000, it goes on again, 9. At 9,000, 9,000 is the bid now at 9. Are we finishing done here at £9,000? At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, you coming in for one more 5. At 9,000, I'll tell you what, we're going quarters from this stage. At £9,000, would you like 9,250? At 9,000 bid. 9.5, George says. All right, we'll keep it there at 9.5. At 9,005. On the telephone with George's bidder now at 9,005. At 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 10. At 10,000. At 10,000 bid. 10,250, George's phone. At 10,250, would anyone like 10.5 now? At 10,250, we are bid. 10.5 is back in. At 10,005. At 10,005, would anyone else like to come in on this one here? At 10,005. Telephones out. Online bid is still with you at 10,005. Or anyone else like to come in for 10,750? It's your last chance. It's your fair warning then at 10,500 once, 10,500 twice, finished and done at 10.5. With you online bidder at 10,005 to 7,995 provisional. Moving on to lot number 240, another one of today's fast Fords and one of the most special fast Fords I've seen. Lot number 240, 1987 Ford Sierra RS Cosworth, and over to Steve Berry.
Yeah, very special car this, Tom, and it seems to be the theme of the day, a very special story. 40 years ago, the Ford Motor Company made a decision. They'd stop selling us cars that they thought we should have, and they build cars that we would actually want to have. And of course, the legendary Ford Sierra Cosworth is one of those cars. But this is a very special example because the chap who bought it resisted all of those urges to go to people like Brody Britain Racing and all those companies that sprang up to modify this car and allegedly improve its performance. BBR were probably the best at that sort of thing. And he left the car completely standard, apart from the addition of a stainless steel exhaust. Where would you find another Sierra Cosworth? No wide wheels, no holes drilled in the dashboard for silly boost gauges, no subwoofer that ruins the back of the boot. Look at this, the parcel shelf is completely intact. Because what happened was 25 years ago, the chap put this car away at a nice, dry, warm garage somewhere in Liverpool and left it there. This car's 22,000 miles on the odometer. The headlining isn't sagging. The seats aren't sagging. It's another, Tom, it's another time warp car. And I say it again, find another one like this. Go on, I double dare you. You won't, but it doesn't matter because you can buy this one today.
Well, online has been going absolutely crazy when you started away. It started at 10. They went 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, and 2,000 will go in thousands from this point. At 32,000 were bid. At 32, 32. At £32,000, 33. At 33 bid before you online. At 33 with a gentleman in the room, 34. At 34, 34. At 34,000 is bid. At 34,000, 35. At 35, 35. At £35,000 here on the Cosworth, then at 35, 36, 37, sir. 37's bid. At 37, if you're coming back in online. At 37,000, gentleman's bid here. 38. At 38,000, 39. Back in now at £39,000. At 39, 39. And 40 bid. At 40,000, 41. At 41 bid. At 41, gentleman's bid at £41,000. At 41, 41. Would you like to go to online? At £41,000 were bid. At 41, 41. At £41,000 with the gentleman here, then at £41,000 is going to be sold today, so make no mistakes. At 41,000, 42, can I go 43? Can I go 44? 44, 45, either of you? 45, 46, at 46, 47, 48, at 49, at £49,000 were bid. At 49, 49 and 50 bid, now 50 and 1. At 51,000. At 51, 51. Gentleman's bid here at 51. Would you like 52? At £51,000. Would anyone else like to come in at £52,000? Gentleman's bid here at £51,000 is the bid. I'll take 500s now. We won't go any lower. At £51,000. I'll take 51.5 if anyone wants to jump in. At 51, 51. Gentleman's bid here then at £51,000. The hammer's going to go in the hand on this lot. 51.5. 52. At £52,000. 52.5 back in. 53. At £53,000 is the bid now at 53. At 53, 53, 53. 53.5, thank you again, sir. 54 straight back in at £54,000. At 54, 54. Shakes the head here. Your bid still, sir, at £54,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 5? At 54, 54. At 54, £54,000 were bid. At 54, 54, 54. Are we finished and done then at £54,000? At 54,000 then for the first time the hammer is up at 54,000. I'll take 5 if anyone's coming back in now at £54,000. Twice at £54,000. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing done with this 54.5. 54.5 bid back in now at 54,005. 55 again. At 55, 55. At £55,000, we are bid. At 55,000, the bid now 55. Would anyone else like another 5? At 55, 55. Are we finished? At £55,000. Are we done? At £55,000, then it goes once. It goes twice. At £55,000, it's hammer time now at 55,000 with you, sir, 55. Sold your way. Thank you very much at £55,000. What was your paddle number? 620. Thank you. Right, moving on. Lot number 241. 1984 Mercedes-Benz 280 SL, stylish Mercedes convertible. Look at that lovely little motor there. You're in at 2, 2.5, 3,000's my bid. At 3,000 bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, 3,5. 4 bid. My commission interest is out now at 4. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,5. At 4,005, 4,005. Merseyside bidder at 5, and 5 bid back in now 5. At 5,000 bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, 5. At 5,500 we're bid now at 5,005. At 555555, would you like to come in for 6? At 5,005. At 5,500 is the bid now at 5,005. We'll take the quarters from this point then. You're coming in for a 250 at 5,005. At 5,750 is bid. At 5,750, 5,750. At 5,750 to bid now, 5,750 and 6. At 6,000 bid. At 6,000, welcome Bristol, it's with you at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, go 250 again under bid. At 6,250's bid. At £6,250 the bid. At 6,250, 6,250, Bristol, would you like to go 6,5? At 6,250, we are bid. At 6,250. Are we finished? Are we done? At 6,250 then, for the last time then, at 6,250, we go once. 6,250, we go twice. All finished, all done, at £6,250. It's with you, online bidder. 6,250 provisional there to bidder number 10552. It was 10552, yes. Moving on to lot number 242, another lovely Land Rover, 2001 of the year, another 90 as well. 3.9 V8 engine on this one and an automatic gearbox. I don't know, who's got £10,000 to start here then? 10 to get it away today. £10,000. I'll take your bid of 6,000. Welcome online. We'll go in fives if we can. 6,5's bid. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005 and 7 bid. At 7,000, 7,000. At 7,5 back in now. At 7,005. At 7,000, 7,500 is your bid there in Northamptonshire. It's with you at 7,005. Would anyone like 8? At 7,500 is bid. At 7,5, 7,5, 7,5. At 7,500, the bid now at 7,5. 8 back in now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would you like to go 5 again under bid? Are you coming back in for one more? 8,5 you are, thank you. At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,005. At 8,500, I'll take 9 if you want to go again online. At 8,005. At 8,500 a bid. At 8,5, 8,5, 8,5. Are we finished and done here at 8,005? I'll take 250 if you're nice and quick. At 8,500, we're bid. At 8,5, 8,5, 8,5. At 8,500, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. At 8,500, we're going to submit the bid. We go once. We go twice. Finished and done with you online, 8,005. Submit that bid, 4,439, 4,439, 8,500. Provisional. Moving on to lot number 243, 2005 Porsche 911. 911, it's the Carrera S2, this one, the 2S there. Where we at? Manual gearbox as well. 75,000 miles on the clock. Start me off. Who's got £10,000 to start? Porsche 911. Someone start me off. 10,000. 9. Take it. 9 bid. We'll go 5 next. At £9,000. 9,5. At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500 online bid. At 9,005 for a Porsche 911 at just 9,005. 10 bid. At 10,000 bid. 10,500, 10,500. Would you go 11? At 10,005. 11's bid online. 11,000 now. 11,000 the bid now, 11. 11,500 it goes on. At 11,500 is an online bid here at 11,005. 11,500, 11,500, 11,500. Would anyone else like 12,000? 12 is bid. At £12,000. At 12,000 is with you at the minute online in Lincolnshire at £12,000. At 12,000, 12,005. At 12,500, 12,500, 12,500. At 12,500 we're bid. Would you like to come back in for one more? At 12,005, are we finished? Are we done? 13 bid. At 13,000. Bidding, sir? 13,500, thank you. At 13,500, gentleman's bid in the middle. At 13,005. At 13,500, 13,500. Online, would you like to go 14 or anywhere else in the room? At 14, they do. At 14,000. At 14,000, 14,000. At £14,000, we're bid. Bedfordshire, you're in the lead at £14,000. At 14,000, 14,000. I'll take 250s from this point, and at £14,000, we won't go any lower. Would anyone like a quarter? At £14,000. At 14,000, 14,250. At 14,250, 14,250. Welcome back, Gloucestershire. You're in at 14,250. At 14,250, I'll take 14,500. 14,500 is bid. At 14,005. At 14.5, 14.5. Would you like to go 750 anywhere else? At 14,005. At 14.5, 14.5. Are we finished and done here then? At 14,500. I'm going to count you down then. At 14,500, it goes, I'll take the bid up top, seeing it first. 15 if they want to come back in. Online, room bidder was just before you. 15 they're in. At 15,000 bid. At 15,000, 15,000. We'll stay in these 250s for you. At £15,000. At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,000, would you like another 250? 15,250, thank you, sir. At 15,250 is bid. At 15,250, 15,250. Online, you coming back in 15.5, they do. At 15,005. At 15.5, 15.5, 15.5. At 15,500, we are bid. At 15,005, would you like to come in for another 250 anywhere else? At 15,005, once. At 15,500, twice. 15,750, just in the nick of time. At 15,750. At 15,750, 15,750, you coming back in for 16. At 15,750 is bid. 16, they say yes. Bedfordshire's in. And on sale at £16,000. So make no mistake here. At £16,000 is going to go today for the bargain price. 16,250 bid. At 16,250, 16,250. At 16,250, 16,500 is back in. At 16,500. At 16,005. At 16,500, 16,500. Are we finished and done? At 16,005, it's going to sell. At 16,005 for the first time. At 16,500, 16,750 says no, not yet. At 16,750 to bid. At 16,750, it's going to sell today. At 16,750, make no mistake, then online bidder, you coming back for one more. At 16,750, it goes once. And 17 back in. At 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. At 17,000, are we finished and done then at 17? At 17,000, 17,000, I'm going to count you down. At 17,000, it goes once. At 17,000, twice. Finished and done, it sells. Online bidder has it at £17,000. Sold at 17 to 17615. Moving on down, we go to lot number 244, 1983. Look at this, lovely looking Saab. Great character about this one. It's the 99 2-litre GL as well. To be sold, no reserve today. You're in at 1,000. I'm in at 12. At 1,200, my bid. At 1,200, 1,200 bid. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200 is bid now at 12. At £1,200 coming in 14. 14, I see you. 16 back to me though at 1,600. At 1,600, 1,600. 18 bid. 2,000 to me. At 2 bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Cheap little Saab this one. 2,2. 2,4 is my bid. At 2,004 with me. At 2,4, 2,6. I'm going to have to go 2,800 and £3,000 is my bid. Go 3,200 if you want to come back in. At 3,000 bid. One more might do it online. At 3,000 a bid. It's going to sell today, so make no mistake here. I'll tell you what, I'll be nice and fair. I'll say 3,100 if you want to come back in. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, finished and done then. I'm going to sell, so make no mistake here. If we're finished and done, it goes once at £3,000. It goes twice. Last chance and fair warning at £3,000. I'm selling. Sold at £3,000. Bidder number 1003 at £3,000. Moving on to lot number 245. 245 here is the 1992 Mercedes-Benz. We got the telephone on this one as well. It's the 190E there. Lovely example as well. Find another in this condition. Absolutely stunning, stunning Mercedes 190. Bidding's already going crazy online. They were in at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7,000, 7,500. At 7,500, we're bid. 8,000 now. At £8,000. 8,500. At 8,005. At 8,500, 8,500, 8,500. At 8,500 is bid with you online at 8,005. 9. I've got 9. I'll take 9.5 if they're coming in. At 9,000 is an online bid. 9.5 with George's telephone. At 9.5 online, would you like 10? Gentleman's bid in the room. 10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. 10.5 back on the phone. 11. I took the gentleman's bid first before you online. £11,000 with you there. Online, would you like to go 11.5 or on the telephone? 11.5 is bid. 11,005. 12 bid. Back in now. Gentleman's bid at £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000 either online or on the telephone. 12.5 back in. Thank you, sir. 13 bid. 13,000. I think the internet's dropped out. There's a telephone in this gentleman here at £13,000. Shakes the head at £13,000. With this gentleman here, it's going to sell then at 13,000. 13.5. 14. Yes? 14.5. 15. 15.5. 16. 16.5. 16.5. 750. 16,750. 17. 17,000 seated at the front at £17,000. Would you like another 250, sir? 17,250. 17.5. At 17.5. Seated at the front at 17,005. At 17.5, hammers up. 17,750. 18,000. At £18,000. Shakes the head here. Your bid, sir. £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. I'll take 250 if anyone wants to come in now. I'm going to count you down. It goes once. At 18,000, 18,250 back in. 18.5. 18.5. At 18,005. Shaking the head again. At 18,005. I'll count you down again. At 18,500. It goes once. At 18.5. Gentlemen seated. 18.5. Goes twice. At 18,500. And I sell now with a gentleman down the front at 18.5. Sold your way. 628. Thank you very much, sir. 628. £18,500. Moving on down, we go to lot number 246, 1969. It's the Morris Mini Cooper Mark II. This one then, the Mark II Cooper. Where are we at? Start me off. Who's got £5,000 to start? Someone's got to start me at £5,000, surely. You're thinking about it. 5. 5's in and away. At 5,000 bit. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Go 5 next. 5,000, 5,000 online. Would you like to come back in for 5.5? Just missed your bid there. 5.5, thank you. At 5,005, you're in. 6. 6 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6.5. 6.5. 7. 7,000 down front. At £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. Would you like to go 5 anywhere else? At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. I'll take 250s now then. Would you like to go for the quarter? At 7,250 bid. At 7,250, 7,250, 7,250. They're out at the front at 7,250. Would anyone else like to come in for 7,005? Your bid still, sir. At 7,5's back in at the front. At 7,005. 750? At 7,005. Shakes the head. Still with you here at the front. At 7,005. At 7,500. Are we finished? Are we done? At 7,005 it goes once. At 7,500 twice. Finished and done with you at the front then at £7,500. Make no mistake. 750. 7,750. Almost at it, sir. At 7,005. 7,750's bid. And just to state, welcome in Thailand. We're in Chiang Mai at 7,750 bidding away in Thailand. At 7,750. At 7,750 is bid. Would anyone else like £8,000? At 7,750 once. Twice. Finished and done then. Online bid at £7,750. We'll submit that bid for you in Thailand. Welcome at 7,750, 7,746. Moving on down. Lot number 247, the Bentley T2. A stunning example this is. Lovely Bentley indeed. Who's got, I don't know, who's got £15,000 to start me off on this Bentley here? 15,000 to start. How about 10? 10 to go. £10,000. 1980 Bentley, surely. 10's bid, thank you online. At 10,000 bid. At 10,000, 10,000 on the Bentley here at 10. I'll ask for 11 next if we can at the minute. At 10,000 bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000, let's go 5 then. 10,500 if you want to come in anywhere else. The bid's online here at 10. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000, are we finished and done? 10,500 middle. At 10,500 bid. Thank you, sir. Is your bid. At 10,005. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. You coming back in online for 11. At 10,005. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. Are we finished and done then? Gentleman's bid at 10,005. 11 against you now, sir. 11,000. 11,000. Would you like 5? 11,500 back in. At 11,005. At 11,500, we're bid now 11,500. That's 11,005. Would you like to come back in for 12 online? Make it nice and quick if you do. At 11,005. Are we finished? 11,005, 11, 12. 12,000, 12,000 bid. Would you like to go 5 again, sir? At 12,500, thank you again. At 12,500 bid. Gentleman's bid now at £12,500. At 12,500, 12,500, 12,500. At 12,500, finished and done here then at 12,500. Would you like to go 13 online? At 12,500, we're bid. Are we finished? Are we done? At 12,500, it goes once. At 12,500, it goes twice. Finished and done then at £12,500. Provisionally with you, sir, at 12,500. We'll make that call 752. Thank you. Moving on down, we go to lot number 248. This time, 248, 1972 MGB Roadster there, the Roadster. Another lovely MG in today's sale. And to be sold with no reserve again. And I'm going to go straight in at 1,000, 1,200, 1,400 we're bid. At 1,400 with my commission interest at the minute. At 1,400, 1,400 on the MGB here. 16, 18 back to me. 1,800, 1,800. Would anyone like 2? 2 you do. At 2,000, 2,000. I'm going to go 2,2 and 2,4. At 2,004 is my bid. At 2,004. 2,6. 2,6 is bid. At 2,6 bid now 2,6. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,008 is bid. I'll take 2,9 next if I can. At 2,008. At 2,009. 3,000's my bid. I'll take 3,1 again. At 3,001's online. My commission interest is out now at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,001 is bid. At 3,100, are we finished and done here? Online bid at 3,1. Would anyone else like to come in for 3,002? 3,2 you do. At 3,2 West Yorkshire, you're in. At 3,002. At 3,200 a bid now. 3,002 is bid. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. At 3,200, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. At 3,200, it goes once. It goes twice. 3,3. At 3,003, gentleman's bid. At 3,003. At 3,3, 3,3, 3,3. Would anyone else like 3,4? At 3,300 a bid. At 3,3 for the first time, then 3,3. For the second time, finished and done and selling with you at £3,300. Sold £3,300. And that goes to 738. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to lot number 249. Another lovely car in today's sale. This one is the 2005 Maserati 4200 Coupe. Look at this one. Super example there. Lovely Maserati it is. We've got telephones as well, I believe. There we go, on telephone with George. And we're going to start the bidding off at £5,000 with my commission interest. At 5,000. I'll take 500 next if we can. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,500. At 5,005. At 5,500, we're bid. 6 is bid now at 6. At 6,000, 6,000 bid. At £6,000, the online bid at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would you like to go 5 again? 6,500, thank you, sir. At 6,005. At 6,500 is the bid now at 6,005. 7 with George before you online. Sorry, I took George's bid at 7. Would you like to go 5? 250? At 7,000 on the cell phone. At 7,000, 7,000. We'll go in 250s anyway. Would anyone else like to come in for a quarter? At 7,000 a bid. 250 now. At 7,250, 7,250. 7,500. George is back in on 7,500. Online, your turn now. At 7,005. Or anyone else in the room, would you like to come in on here, the Maserati here at 7,005? At 7,000, 7,005. 7,750's back in. At 7,750, we're bid. At 7,750 to bid, now 7,750, 8's bid. Back in, telephone bidders in at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, would you like to go 250, one more? At 8,000, 8,000 on the telephone now at £8,000. You're thinking about it online. 8,250, you are. 8,250's bid. At 8,250, coming back in on the phone for 8,500. 8,500 is in on George's telephone. At 8,005. At 8,500, we're bid. Online, your turn now. Would you go one more? At 8,005. At 8,500, 8,500, 8,500. Are we finished and done then? We're going to start to count you down. At 8,500, if we're finished and done, it's going to go once. At 8,500, twice. Finished and done. Center of the room before you online. 8,750 seated. 8,750 is bid. 8,750, 8,750. At 8,750, we are bid. 9's back in on the telephone. At £9,000 telephone bidder. Would you like to go 250 again, sir? Shakes the head. Online, you coming in. Your turn now. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 finished and done. At £9,000 then for the first time on the telephone. At £9,000. 9,250. 9,250's bid. At 9,250 back in now. 9,250. Suffolk, welcome is with you at 9,250. 9,500. Not for long though, George says. Back in straight away. Looking for you again online. Would you like to go one more? At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. Or would anyone else in the room like to come in for another little bid? At 9,005. Are we finished? Are we done? At 9,500, it goes once. At 9,500, it goes twice. Last chance and fair warning at £9,500. Provisionally very just with you, George. 9,500, your bidder there. We are very close on that one. 2007. Right, I think we'll get a deal done on that one. Coming your way very soon anyway. Moving on to lot number 250. We've got another lovely little car next. It's a 1926 Bugatti Styled Car. And I'm going to hand this one over to Steve Berry because it looks absolutely amazing.
Oh, Tom, you're stealing my thunder. Yes, it's French and it looks like a Bugatti. And that has led to one of the most oft-repeated urban myths in the history of motoring. That story that Isadora Duncan, think of her as Kim Kardashian with talent, died when her fluttering silk scarf was caught in the trailing axle of a Bugatti. It wasn't a Bugatti. It was one of these, an Amel car built in Paris. They were successful in motor racing. They won the 1927 Monte Carlo Grand Prix, and they were innovative. They were as innovative as Citroën, and that is pretty damn innovative. Front-wheel drive, independent suspension, the use of lightweight alloys, they did all of that. But ultimately, they couldn't keep up with the competition. The man who buys an Amel car rather than a Bugatti is the man who buys an Alpine rather than a Porsche. The man who buys a Riley rather than an Aston Martin, because the Amel car is the thinking man's Bugatti.
Thinking man's Bugatti. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this absolutely impressive piece of machinery right in front of the rostrum. It looks beautiful, it does. We're going to go straight in with me at 15, 18, 20,000 pounds. We start here at 20,000 pounds. At 20,000, I'll take two. At 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000 pounds the bid. At 20,000, 22,000 is bid online. At 22,000 now. At 22, 22. At 22,000 pounds we're bid. Would you like to come in for 24 online? You're thinking about it. Have a good look. Exceptional piece of motoring there at 22,000 pounds. At 22,000. At 22, 22. I'll tell you what, I'll take 23,000 pounds if you want to come in. There's a few of you thinking about it online. 23. 23,000 pounds were bid. At 23, 23. At £23,000 is the bid now with you online. At £23,000 we are bid. At 23, 23, 24. At 24,000 is the bid. At 24, 24,000. At £24,000 bid. Would you like to go £25,000 online or in the room? At £24,000 is the bid. At 24, 24. At £24,000 are we finished and done then at £24,000? At 24, 24. At £24,000 then finished and done. Last chance and fair warning if anyone wants to come in. At 24,000, 25. 25's back in. At 25, 25. At £25,000 we're bid. At 25, £25,000 with the online bidder there. In Warwickshire at the minute, at 25 and 26 it goes on. At 26, 26,000. At £26,000 is the bid. At 26, 26. Coming back in for London more, 27. Are you finished and done online? At £26,000, make no mistake. At 26, 26. At £26,000 then once. 27 back in. At £27,000 is the bid now at 27. At 27, 27,000. At £27,000 we're bid here at 27. If you would like one more, 28 online. Are you coming in again? At £27,000 with the bidder in Warwickshire. At 27,000. At 27, 27,000. Are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning. I'm going to count you down. At 27,000 once. At 27,000 twice. Finished and done then at £27,000. We'll make that call for you online, 118-22. Moving on to lot number 251. Lot number 251. Another lovely MG in today's sales, the 1968 or 1275 Midget this time then. Beautiful looking period classic as well. Looks absolutely amazing. I believe it's only got 11,000 showing on the clock. There we go. Where are we up to on this one? You've got commission bids there. I've got 3, 3.5. You're in at 4. That does my commission interest. We start online at 4. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At £4,000 is the bid now at 4. 4,250, can I say, sir? 4.25 bid. At 4.25. At 4,250 bid. 4.5's online. At 4,005. 4,750 bid. At 4,755's back in. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, 5,250 bid. At 5,250 is bid. 5,5 back in. At 5,005. At 5,005 is off to Oxfordshire at the minute at 5,005. At 5,5, 5,5, 5,5. At 5,005. At 5,005 with the online bid here at 5,005. Would you like to go one more, sir? 5,750 bid, thank you. At £5,750. At 5,750 and 6 is back in online. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6. What about 6,1, sir? 6,1? 6,1, thank you. At 6,001. At 6,002. At 6,2, 6,2, 6,2. At 6,200 online bid here at 6,2. 6,3? 6,3. 6,3's bid. At 6,003. 6,4 is back in. At 6,004. At 6,400, would you like to go 6,5? Looks great. At 6,400 is an online bid. At 6,004. At 6,400, are we finished and done? At 6,000, 6,004. Online bid at the minute is 6,004. Would anyone else like to come in for 6,5? 6,5, thank you. At 6,005. At 6,500, 6,6 is straight back in though, sir. At 6,600, we're bid. At 6,6, the bid. At 6,006. At 6,600, a bid now, 6,006. Would you like to go one more, online or in the room? At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,006. Are we finished then? At £6,600, I'm going to count it down. The bid is online at 6,600 once. At 6,600 twice. Finished and done And selling, so make no mistake, I'm going to sell it now at £6,600. Sold to the online bidder, 6,006. And that was to bidder number 18043. Right, moving on down we go. Lot number 252, 1971 Austin Mini. Then another lovely little Mini. We always get lots of Minis at Manor Park, and this is a great looking one to be sold with no reserve today. You're in at 1,000. I'm in at 12 and 1,300. I'll take 14 next if we can. At 1,300, 13 bid. At 1,300, 14. 15's my bid. At 1,500. At 1,500 bid. Go 16. We'll go 18 next if we can. My commission interest is out. You're in at 1,600. At 1,600, would anyone like 18? 18 they do. At 1,800 bid. At 1,800, 1,800. 2,000 now. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000, we're bid now at 2. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Are we finishing done at £2,000? Would anyone like to come into 222 before you will? Just in the middle there at 2002. At 2002, online 24. At 2004, would you like 26? 26 bid, thank you. At 2006, gentleman's bid in the middle at 2006. At 2000, 2006, would you like 28 online or anywhere else? At 2008, they say online. At 28 bid, £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000 online, would you like to go 3-2? They say yes, please. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,002. At 3,200 is the bid now at 3,002. Would you like 3-3? 3-3, thank you, sir. Nitty gritty time. 3,003. 3-4 back in. At 3,004. 3-5, thank you again, sir. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. Online, 3-6. 3-6, shaking the head. At 3,600, it's with you in Shropshire at the minute at £3,600. Would anyone else like to come in for 3-7? At 3,600 is an online bid here. At 3,600. Hammers up is going to be sold at 3,600. It goes once, twice, 3-7 bid. 3-7 a bid. At 3,007, thank you, sir. At 3,007. 3-8 though. Straight back in there, fast there at 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is bid. At 3-8 the bid then once, twice. Finished, done. Selling at £3,800. Sold 7,177. Right, just having a couple of little updates passed over. Lot number 236, that lovely pink Ford Thunderbird, sold away at £20,000. Lot number 249, the one that just went through, that lovely Maserati there, sold away at £9,500. There we go. And then we will move on to lot number 253 then, this lovely 1960 Jaguar Mark 2. 3.4 litre there. Rare example with lots of potential as well. Looks great indeed. Starting away at 5, 5.5 and £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000 we start on this lovely Jaguar here at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 we're bid. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would anyone like 5? At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. Are we finishing done at just £6,000? Commission interest then at £6,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Would anyone like to come in 6.5? 6.5's bid. Commission interest out. Online bid at 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 is bid. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,500, the bid now at 6,005. Are we finished and done then at 6,500? Once, twice. Finished and done. Bid is online at £6,500. Provisionally with you online. Bidder number 1096 for 6,500. Provisional sale there. Moving on down to lot number 254, 1950 Mark 5, 3.5 litre saloon this time. Another lovely Jaguar. Where are we up to on this one? Anyone got 10,000 to start? Mark 5 saloon there, 10,000 to start. How about £8,000 to start? Get it going for £8,000. Surely, £8,000. 8's bid online. Thank you, online. You're in at 8. At 8,000, 8,000 bid. At £8,000. At 8,000 a bid now, 8,000. Can we say 5 next? At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,500. 8,500 bid. Thank you, sir. Sneaking in at 8,500. At 8,005. Gentleman's bid now at 8,005. 9 if you're coming back in online. At 8,005 and 9. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 is the bid. At 9,000, 9,000, finished and done here at 9. Would you like to come in for one more? I'll take 250 if it helps. At 9,000, 9,250, gentleman's back in. At 9,250, we're bid. At 9,250. At 9,250 is the bid now at 9,250. Coming back in for 9,500. 9,500's in online. At 9,500. At 9,005, the online bid. At 9,500 is with you. At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. At 9,500, are we finished and done here at 9,005? Last chance in fair warning. We're going to submit the bid to the vendor then at 9,500 once. 9,500 twice. Finished and done with you online at £9,500. Your way, 1063. Thank you very much, online bidder. That is provisionally with you, and we will make that call. And we move down to lot number 255. 1937 Rolls-Royce Phantom 3 limousine there. Lovely car there under the ramp at the back. Beautiful looking limousine there. Where are we up to? Start me off on this one. Got telephone on this one. Got commission bids a bit low on that one. Anyone got £20,000 to start? £20,000. How about £15,000 to start then? 15,000. I'm going to take George's telephone bidder. He tapped me just before I heard the ding. 15,000 online. Would you like to go 16? At 15, 16, they say yes. At 16,000, 16,000. At £16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. Would anyone like 17? Rolls-Royce limousine. Look how glorious it looks there at the back under the ramp. At £16,000. 17, George says. At £17,000. At 17,000. At 17, 70, 18. New bidders in now at £18,000 in Devon. Welcome. It's with you at the minute at 18,000. 19 bid, George says. At 19,000. At 19,000, 19,000 in Devon. Would you like to go 20? At 19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. 20 bid. They say yes. Devon's back in at £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000 in 1. At 21,000 for the lovely Rolls-Royce limousine. At 21, 21. Would you like to go 22 online? At 21, or anyone else in the room would like to come in on this one? At 21, 21. At 21,000 on the telephone here then. At £21,000. Make no mistake, online underbidder. You coming back at 21,000. At 21,000 it goes then once. At £21,000 it goes twice. 22. 22, 22. 23,000 back in now, 23. At 23, 23, 23. Your turn now, Devon. Are you coming back for one more? At £23,000, we're on the telephone here. At 23, 23. At £23,000, it goes once. At £23,000, it goes twice. Finished and done then with George's telephone then at £23,000. We'll make that call there, George, for you at £23,000. 2001 on the telephone there, and we'll make that call. Moving on to lot number 256, 1997, the Bentley Turbo R. Where are we up to on this one then? You've got nothing there. I'm in at 500. 1,000. 1,100's my bid. We'll take 1,200 next. Go on, take it. 1,200. My commission interest is out at 1,200 a bid. 13 bid. 14 now. At 1,400, 1,450. At 1,500, 1,500 a Bentley at just £1,500. 16 bid. 17. 18 will you online? 18 you do. At 1,800. 19 bid. At 1,902. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,221. At 2,001, 22. At 2,000, 223. At 2,003, 2,003. At 2,300, would anyone else like to come in for a Bentley at just 2,324? At 2,004 is back in online, 25. At 2,000, 2,500, we're bid now at 2,005. At 2,500 is the bid. Would anyone else like to come in for 2,6? 2,6 online. At 2,006. 2,7 bid now, 2,7. 2,8 back in now, 2,008. 2,9 bid. At 2,009. 3 to bid now, 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000 is your bid now at 3. At £3,000, would you like to come in for one more online? At £3,000, it's here to be sold today, so make no mistake, the online bid has it. At 3,000 the bid. Hammers up. 3-1 back in. 3-2 now. 3-4, that's more like it. At 3,004. At 3,004. At 3,400, would you like to go 3-6 online? At 3,000, 3,400 is your bid. At 3,400 once. Twice. 3-6 bid. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 is the bid now. At 3,006, then it goes. At 3,600 once. Twice. Finished. Done. Selling online with you at 3,000. 3,008. At 3,800 a bid. At 3,800 the bid now. 3,008. At 3,800 bid, underbidder. Would you like to go 4? At 3,800 a bid, then finished and done. Hammers up and away it goes. Once, twice, finished, done, and selling now. Make no mistake, it sells at 3,008. Sold at 3,008. 2, paddle number 1, 2, treble 1. Moving on to lot number 257. 1988 Ford Capri, the next Capri. This one's the 280 Brooklands edition there. Lovely example, well presented as well. Oh, you're in at 10. I got several commission bids here. I'm going to go 11, 12, and 13 bid. 14 with me at 14,000. At 14,000, stay in the thousands for the moment if we can online. At 14, 15, 16's back to me. At 16,000 now. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000, would you like to go 7, 17, 18, my bid. At 18,000 with me at 18. At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000, coming back in for 19. At 18,000, 18,000, one more. At 18,000, 18,000 on the Capri, then at 18,000 coming in, 19 now. At 18,000, 18,000. Are we finishing done? 19. 20's my bid before you online. At £20,000 with me, you'll have to go 21 next if you want to bid again. And it's on outright sale, so make no mistake. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000 a bid. Once. At £20,000. Twice. At £20,000. And it sells away. 1. And 22 back to my commission interest at £22,000. At 22, 22. Online, would you like to go 23? At £22,000. I'll tell you what, I'll do you the favor. I'll take another £500 if you're coming in. At 22,000. At £22,000 for the first time, then it goes. At £22,000 for the second time. It sells this time, make no mistake, finishing done and selling at £22,000. Sold at £22,000. Thank you very much, online bidder, and that is number, it's my commission bidder there, 3022. And we go down to lot number 231. The Chimaera TVR sold away at £9,775. That one's gone, going down to lot number 258 next. Then it's the 1936. It's the Bentley 4.2 litre Tourer. Oh, that's a monstrous machine, isn't it? There, 1936, 4.2 litre Tourer there. Where are we up to on this one? I don't know, who's got £30,000 to start me off then? £30,000 on the Bentley Tourer. I will take it. 25, you're in. At 25,000. At 25, let's say 26 next if we can. Or that. At 25,000. At 25, 25. At 25,000 the bid. Online bid here in Merseyside as well at £25,000. We'll go 26. If anyone wants to come in for another 1,000. At 25, 25. At £25,000 we're bid. Online bid has it at the minute at £25,000. At 25, 25, 26 is in. At £26,000. At 26, 26,000. At £26,000 is bid 27. At 27, 27. At 27,000 the bid now 27's bid. At 27, 28. At 28,000 now 28. At £28,000. At 28 bid. At 28, 28 bid. Would you like to go 29 anywhere else? At £28,000 then, finished and done. The hammer's up. Make no mistake. 29. 29's bid. At 29,000. At 29, 29. At £29,000 the bid now 29. Would you like to go 30? At 29 bid. At 29, 29,000 now 29. At 29 the bid, then 29's finished and done then. At £29,000, make no mistake. Last chance, fair warning. At £29,000, hammers up once, twice, finished and done. 30 bid, now 30. At 30,000 in. At £30,000, we're bid. At 30,000, 31. Thank you for coming back in nice and quick there at £31,000. At 31, your bid now 31. At 31, 31, 31. At £31,000, we are bid. At 31, 31, 31. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning online. Underbidder, would you like to go 32? 32, they say they do. At 32, back in. At 32, 32, 33. At 33, 33, Merseyside bidders in the lead now at £33,000. At 33, 34. At 34, 34. At 34,000 a bid. At 34, 34, 34. 35 back in now, 35. At 35, 35, 35. At 35,000, we're bid now 35. Would you like to go 36, 36? Yes, please. At 36,000 a bid. At 36, they're in. At 36, 36, the bid now 36. Would you like to go 37 Merseyside? You coming back in for one more? Very little money this seems. At £36,000. At 36, 36 bid. At 36, 36. Finished and done then at £36,000. It goes once. 37's back in now, 37. At 37,000, you're in online at £37,000. At 37, 37, 38. At 38,000 now. At 38, 38 bid. At £38,000. At 38,000 now, 38. Coming back in for 39. At 38,000 is the bid at the minute. At 38, 39, yes please, they're in at 39. At 39, 39, 39. At 39,000, are we finished and done? At 39, 39. At £39,000, then 39. Last chance in fair warning this time then. At £39,000, I'm going to give you that countdown online. It goes once. It goes twice. Finished and done at £39,000. You're in the hot seat online at £39,000, 225. We will make that call for you and we will be in touch very, very soon at £39,000. Not quite there, but we will probably get something over the line because that's what we do at Manor Park. Lot number 259 is this lovely Ford Capri. Unfortunately, sold away already prior to the auction. Next one, lot 260, 2004. Aston Martin Vanquish. And over to you, Steve.
What a car. What a car. Now, if you remember me at all, it'll probably be from Top Gear. That was a while ago. You're thinking, what have you been doing since then? Well, for 10 years of since then, I was on the radio doing Britain's biggest rock show, which meant that I got to meet the rock gods. I met Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. I met Pete Townsend from The Who. I met Sir Brian May of Queen, who I will tell you is not only a brilliant guitarist, he's the nicest person I've ever met. But just last year, I got to go on holiday with a couple of people who I think of as the rock gods of motoring, Peter Stevens and Ian Callum, the greatest British car designers. And this is one of Ian's cars, and I got to talk to him about it. It was the flagship of the Aston Martin back 20 years ago, taking its inspiration from the very lovely DB4 GT Zagato from the 60s, which was a much better looking car than the DB4 itself, which is quite homely. Now, people often get Aston Martin wrong. They think, yes, Aston Martin build fast cars. They do build fast cars. This one's very fast. 0 to 60 in under 5 seconds, a top speed of 190 miles an hour. But what Aston Martin have always done is they've built very fast cars that are also very luxurious cars. And so despite its raw speed and its aggressive stance, this car offers a great deal of luxury. It's been very well looked after by the 5 people that owned it, with all of the service stamps and all of the history that you'd expect to find. It's in superb condition. It's a great colour, will hold its own with any performance car of today, but is much, much rarer. A rare opportunity to acquire a rare car in rare condition.
And it's definitely not shaken and stirred, this one. So to start the bidding off here at 15 and 16,000 pounds online here for the James Bond iconic Aston Martin there. Look at that one. Great example. Straight in at 16,000 pounds. At 16,000, 17's bid. At 17 bid, now 17. At 17,000, 18. At 18,000 pounds. At 18,000, the bid's online now at 18,000 pounds. You coming in for 19, very little money for an Aston Martin Vanquish. At 19,000 pounds, we're bid. 20 at the back. At 20,000, your bid, sir. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000 pounds. At 20,000, you coming back in 21. At 21,000's the online bid here at 21,000 pounds. At 21 bid. At 21. At 21,000 pounds, would anyone else like to come in for 2? At 21 the bid. At 21. At 21, are we finished and done here at just 21,000 pounds? Surely not. At 21. At 21,022. At 22. At 22,000 pounds, the bid now at 22. At 22. Just have a good look at it there. At 23's bid now at 23. At 23,000 the bid. At 23. At 23,000 now. At 23, would anyone else like 24? At 23,000 is bid. At 23. At 23,000 pounds the bid, then are we finished and done at just 23,000 pounds? Last chance in fair warning. If anyone wants to jump in, I'll tell you what, we'll take 500s from this point. Would anyone like to come in at 23.5? The bid is online. We will submit the bid today. Make no mistake. At 23. At 23,000 pounds, then finished and done. At 23,000 pounds for the first time. 23.5, ladies bid. Thank you very much. At 23.5. At 23.5 now. At 23,005. At 23.5. 24 is against you online. At 24 bid. At 24. At 24,000 pounds, would you like one more? 24.5, she says yes. At 24.5, thank you. At 24.5. At 24.5, bid one more. At 24.5, thank you. At 24.5, online, would you like to go 25? Ladies bid at 24,005. Would anyone else like to come in now? 25 they do. At 25,000 pounds, we are bid. At 25. At 25,000 is the bid now at 25 online. At 25 bid. At 25, are we finished and done here at 25,000 pounds? At 25. At 25,000. Last chance then with the online bid at 25,000 pounds. I'm going to count you out at 25,000 pounds once. At 25.5. At 25.5 back in. At 25,005. At 25.5. At 25,500, you coming back in 26, dinging away online. At 26,000 pounds, it's with you. At 26,000. At 26 bid. At £26,000 is an online bid at the minute. At £26,000 we're bid. At 26 bid. At 26,000 then for the first time online at £26,000. For the second time online at £26,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance and fair warning then at £26,000. Provisionally with you online at £26,000, and that is 11:02. Moving on to lot number 261, 2002 in the year. It's the BMW 316i. No reserve again. Look at that. Lovely motor this one is. Only 31,000 miles showing on the clock as well. Very low mileage. No reserve to be sold. Thousands bid. 1,200. 14 with me. 1,400. 16's online. 18's online. 2,000's my bid. 2,000 with me at £2,000. 2 gentlemen's bid before you online at 2,002. Online, would you like to go 2-4? At 2,002, you're not in online. It's the gentleman's bid here at 2,002. 2-4 is online at 2,004. At 2,000, 2,400 online bid 2-6. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. Would anyone like 2-8? At 2,600 with the online bidder. At 2,000, 2,006. Are we finished and done? At 2,006. 2-7 bid. Thank you, sir. At 2,007. At 2,700 a bid now. 2,007 is the bid. At 2-7, 2-7, 2-7. 2-8. 2-8. 2-9. 3,000. 3-1. Shakes the head at 3-1. At 3,001, your bid, sir. At 3,000, 3-2's back in. At 3,002. At 3-2 in the center. At 3,002. Would you like 3-3? 3-3 they do. At 3,004. 3-4 it goes on. At 3,000, 3,004, your bid here. At 3,004. Would you like 3-5? 3-5 they say yes. 3-5. 3-6 back in. Shakes the head. Your bid, sir. At 3,006. Online or anywhere else. Would you like to come in for 3-7? At 3,600, are we finished? Are we done? Selling in the center. Once at 3,600. Twice at £3,600 it sells. Your bid, sir. 829. Thank you. 829. Was that a late bid then? Okay. Moving on to lot number 262 then. Lot number 262 is the 1990 Jaguar XJS 3.6 Coupe. Look at that one. Stunning little motor. They think so online. It's running off 3-2. 3-4 is bid. At 3,004. At 3-4, 3-4 online. 3-6 is bid. At 3,006. 3-8 back in now. 3-8. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid. Would you like to go 4 online? At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 were bid in West Yorkshire at the minute. At 3,008. At 3,8 bid. At 3,800 the bid now. 3,008 is bid. Are we finished and done here then? At just £3,800. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, at 3,008. Last chance. Fair warning. Finished and done then at 3,800 once. Twice. Finished and done at 3.8 with you online provisionally 10.56.9. 3,800 provisional. Moving on to lot number 263, 1986, a Chevrolet Corvette. Look at this monstrous American bit of machinery there then, the Corvette. Where are we up to with this one? Start me off. Anyone got £5,000 to start on the Corvette here? £5,000. Surely. I'll take it. 4's bid. Thank you, online. Try 4-5 next. At £4,000. 4-5. At 4,005. At 4,005's bid online. At 4-5, 4-5, 4-5, 5,000 now. At £5,000 is bid away. At 5,000, 5,000. 5-5 bid. Thank you, sir. At 5,005. Gentleman's bid in the middle there at 5,005. At 5-5 bid. 6,000's back in online. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,005. 6,500, gentlemen's bid again at 6,005. At 6,500, 6,500, 6,500. At 6,500 is bid. At 6,500, the bid now 6,500. I'll take the smaller bids now. Would you like a quarter? Your bid, sir, at 6,500. Would anyone else like to come in for a 250? At 6,500 is bid. At 6,500 for the first time, then at 6,500. For the second time, at £6,500. Make no mistake, we're finishing done with you at £6,500. Provisionally your way, 819. Thank you, 819. We will make that call. If you go and speak to the sales desk, I'm sure they'll help you out over there. Right then, lot number 61, the Kawasaki there from yesterday, sold away at £3,800. So the bikes are still getting hammered away. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We move down to lot number 264. 264 is the 1988 Lotus Esprit Turbo. Look at that lovely little motor there in the bottom corner. I had a good look at that when I come in the other day. Absolutely lovely machine it is. Bidding's going in. I'm in at 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11's bid. 11,000 we start online is at £11,000 here. A lovely car it is. At £11,000 we're bid. At 11,012. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,013 bid. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13 bid, now 13. At 13,000, 13,000. We'll go in 500s from this point, I think. At 13,000, would anyone like to come in for 5? At 13,500, yes, please. At 13,500, 13,500. 14 bid. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000 is the bid now at 14. At 14,000, 14,000. Would you like to go 5 again? At £14,000. At 14,000, 14,000. Are we finishing done here at just £14,000? At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000. Are you bidding? Okay, yes. 14,250, thank you. At 14,250's bid. 14,500's online. Would you like to go 750? 14,750, thank you. At 14,750, 15 if you're coming back in online. At 14,750. At 14,750 is bid. 15's back in. At 15, thank you anyway. At £15,000. At 15,000, 15,000. Would anyone else like a 250 here? At £15,000 we're bid. 15,250 online. At 15,250's bid. At 15,250, 15,250. At 15,250 we are bid. At 15,250 finishing done then. At 15,250. Would you like to go 15,500? They do at 15,500. At 15,500, 15,500. At 15,500 we're bid. At 15,500, 15,500. At 15,500 is the bid now at 15,500. Finishing done then. Last chance in fair warning on this one. At 15,500, I'm going to count you down once, twice, 15,750. 15,750 is back in. At 15,750 to bid. At 15,750, would you like to go 16 online? At 15,750 to bid. Once then at £15,750 is bid. Twice at 15,750, 16 bid just in time. At 16,000, 16,000. At £16,000 we are bid now at 16. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000 the bid then once. At 16,000, 16,000 twice. Finishing done then at £16,000. Make no mistake online, 16,000. Your way online, 16,000, 17320. Right, lot number 265 is the 1990 Toyota Celica GTI. There we go. Look at that. Lovely Celica. This is 5, 6, 700 is my bid. That's £700. With my commission bidder, 8, 900 with me. At 900, 900, would you like 1,000? 1,000, 1,100 is my bid. 1,100 with me on the commission bid. 1,100, 12. My commission interest is out now. At 1,200, we're bid. At 12 and 13 bid. 14 at the back. Thank you, sir. I see you at 1,400. 15's online. 16's bid. At 1,600, 1,600. 17's in. 18 bid. 1800, 19. Would you like 2, sir? At 1900 online. At 1900, 1900. Finishing done here at £1,900. The bid is online at the minute. At 1900, 1902. At 2000 now. 21. At 21, 21, 22. At 2002. 23. At 2003 now at 2003. At 23, 23, 24. At 2004. 25. At 25 it goes on. At 2005 and 6. At 2600 we're bid. At 26 bid. At 2000, 2006. At 2600 finishing done here at 26. Would you like to go 27? Last chance in fair warning, and the hammer's up and away it goes this time at 2007 bid. At 27 the bid now 27. At 27, 28. At 2008. At 2000, 2800 is bid now 2008. Would you like to go 29? At 2008 once. At 2800 twice. Finishing done then. It goes this time. Make no mistake, 29. 29 bid. 3000 now. At 3000, 3000, 3000. At 3000 a bid now, 3000 a bid then once. 31 bid. At 31, 31, 31. 32 bid now, 32. At 3002 is the bid now at £3,200 online bid here at 3002. At 32, 32 the bid then once. 33. 33's bid. 34. 34's bid, thank you online. At 3004. At 34 the bid now 3004 for the first time, then at 34. For the second time and selling now at £3,400, finished in done 34. Sold at 347177, £3,400 sold away. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pass you over quickly to Mr. Stephen Berry, who's going to talk for the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Thank you.
Goodness me, 10 or 15 minutes, Tom. Yeah, 10, okay. Yeah, hi, everyone. My name's Steve Berry. If you know me at all, it's probably from the telly. And a lot of people know me as a motorcycle man. That's the job that I've done here at Manor Park Classics for a year now, Stephen. And now I'm in the world of cars. I always was in the world of cars. I've had to emphasize this to people. My job on Top Gear was 50-50 cars and bikes, and so I'm quite happy to move across both disciplines. As a lad, there was never really a division in our household. It was, if it had engines and a wheel, if it had an engine and wheels, we were interested in it. A Norton motorbike, a Jaguar car, a Riley, a Triumph Vitesse convertible, a Triumph Bonneville. It had an engine, it made an exciting sound, and it went fast. And that's what we were interested in. And really, that sums up what we do here at the Manor Park, isn't it? Yeah, we like things that make a sexy noise and go fast.
Well, we started here at Manor Park Classics with the cars, of course, but equally now the bikes. They have the full day. Yesterday we had a superb day on the bikes. I think it's our second best bike sale that we've ever had. They're really done well, cleaned up well overnight, and bikes have become every bit as important as the cars, definitely.
Well, thanks for saying that, because obviously, I mean, I do really like cars. Let me just emphasize that. But I have to be honest, my love, my passion is motorcycles. And I think we've all got that. And we've seen that in the room today, haven't we? In terms of the cars that have gone through, the variety, the genres of cars, everything from the world's best Ford Capri to a Ford Sierra Cosworth with an amazing story that goes with it, to the Amel car. A lot of people that came here today, Stephen, they wouldn't even have heard of an Amel car.
Absolutely.
And now they've seen one and heard some of the story that goes with it and realised why everybody ends up here at the same time on the same day and online. I mean, we've had bids from all over the world, haven't we? From Thailand, from the States, from Australia, from all over the place.
Online strong today. It is most on most sales now. We're just building up. Every single sale gets stronger and stronger. We're now in Southampton as well with Barron's Southampton, and they're doing mainly cars, a few bikes as well. But since we bought Barron's in January, sales have doubled. They've doubled down there, and we're building it up every month. It's every second Saturday of the month. And when they first started, they were doing 20, 30 cars. Now we're doing 60 cars and selling at least 60% of them, 70% of them every sale. So it's just we're just trying to cover the entire country with the service that we offer, which is being able to bring your car or your bike here in safety, leave it with us for the 7-week cycle here in the north, in Runcorn, and for the 4 or 5 week cycle in Southampton. And we've got plans next year to open up the same sort of facilities we have here in Northampton, somewhere in the Midlands. It's about 20,000 square feet, and we'll be doing the same service there, cars and bikes.
Stephen, in a world that's increasingly digital and online, why do Manor Park put so much emphasis on bricks and mortar and people actually being in the same space as the machines, if you will?
Because you can't beat a live sale. There's just no question about it. Online is equally as important as being in the room, but you cannot beat a live sale. People love to come down here. They love to go to Barron's. They love to walk around the cars, the bikes, have a good look. It's a great day out. And if they want to buy it, you cannot beat being stood next to your car or your bike as you buy it, can you really? It's the buzz in the room.
Absolutely. And I think that counts as much for the vendors as it does for the buyers. I've met some great people who've brought their cars to us. In the bike sale yesterday, we had a chap who bought one of the first bikes that was sold out of Manor Park. He wanted to rationalise his collection, and the only thought in his head was, well, I'll just take it back to Manor Park. Because of the experience he'd had as a buyer, he thought it would be reflected when he came to sell. And that's what we're getting. People are saying you get the same customer care, you get the same level of service, the same enthusiasm, the same attention to detail, whether you're buying or selling.
We've all been together a long time here now. This business has been running with cars and bikes for nearly 5 years. Experienced team. A lot of us have been together for 5 years. It's not a high turnover of staff. People stay with us. They stay with me. And we give professional service, repeat clients. People have bought and sold cars and bikes here 4 and 5 times over because they love the service. They bring something in for us, leave it with us. We sell that and they buy something else because they know they're going to get honest, decent advice and they're going to get looked after. If they want to leave it here, especially with regular customers, they want to leave it here for a couple of weeks, of course they can. Not a problem. And it's the same in Southampton, in Barron's. It'll be the same when we open in the Midlands. And there's nobody else in the UK offers that service. And that's why I'm so proud of it. And that's why the room's full of people that I've seen here many, many, many times.
Well, in the bike sale yesterday, a pal of mine sold one of his bikes. And he told me straight, he said, it's not just because I know you. It's not just because you're local. He said, it's because, Steve, actually selling as a private seller, he's such a, well, I won't say what he said. Let's make it broadcastable. He said, it's such a massive pain in the backside to do it yourself. You waste so much time. So much of your time is wasted. People say they're definitely going to buy. They don't turn up. People say they're sending you a deposit. It never turns up. And it drags on for weeks and months. He said, I decided he said, and all I did was just bring it down here. It's sold. I got my money. That was it.
Yeah. And we're having a great sale today. I mean, Fraser, if you just pan around through the room, you'll see the green Capri. I think we might have set a world record for that today.
What a great story that went with that car.
Yeah.
The guy had known of the car and knew the car from being 11 years old.
Yeah.
Subsequently got to buy it, saw the TV show that they made about the Minder Capri, took it to the same people for the restoration. I've never seen a Ford of that era in that sort of condition.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Sold by a lovely vendor who's going to give the proceeds to charity. It's just a lovely story. He wants to do a little bit of a video with us as the car's delivered, which we've agreed to do. And I just think it's what Manor Park Classics is all about.
Well, can we talk about charity, Stephen? Because you mentioned that there, and of course, people will see various names associated with Manor Park, and one of those is Destination Florida, and they won't necessarily know what that's all about. Can you tell us?
Yeah, of course I will. Yeah, so I'm honoured to be the chair of a children's charity, which is Destination Florida Children's Charity, and every 2 years we take 75 disabled, very poorly children away. Some are terminally ill, some have never travelled. Not only are they unfortunate in health, they're also from very impoverished backgrounds. So we raise money for me and 120 volunteers. Everything's pure voluntary. we raised money to take them away to Florida for the trip of a lifetime, which many of them have not even got passports, they've never travelled. The families can't afford to take them. And not only does it give that child the week of their lives, they make lifelong friends, it gives the family a bit of time to themselves. It's a wonderful charity full of wonderful volunteers, all medically led.
And how can people get involved, Stephen? Whether they know somebody who might be, who might benefit from that, or they want to help in some way, whatever way they want to help, how can they contact the charity?
Well, they can contact it through Manor Park Classics for a start, because all the team know about the charity. We're here, it's our chosen charity, of course. They can contact it through my other business, which is a property business, Hurstwood Holdings, which is the group leader for Manor Park Classics. And of course, they can go onto the website, Destination Florida Children's Charity, and support, give a little bit for the next trip. It's a fantastic cause. Couldn't really be a better cause, really.
Now, I thank you for my association with this place. If nothing else, it's been an education for me. Every time I come here, I learn something new about a mark, about a model. Absolutely fascinating. But the big problem is, it's so damn tempting coming here. Every time, I've sewn my pockets shut. I don't know if you can see that. But I ask you, I've got an idea. Which is the bargain? Let's have an insider's tip from the ultimate insider at Manor Park, the boss himself. What is the bargain here today, Stephen?
That's a difficult one, Steve.
It is a difficult one. That's why I'm asking you.
I think the Vanquish S
yes,
is very cheap.
Of course, yeah.
It's such a rare car, and it's in fantastic condition. It's just had a lot of money spent on it. I think it's superb buy for somebody. There's a few, Steve. I think the Capri 280. Yeah. That was sold well, but still a great car. Great car for the money. There's a lot. I think the Lotus Esprit Turbo in the corner there, cheap car. There's some value motoring here.
The Elise, for me, which is the car that we started with. If people say to me, collectible 90s British cars, I say straight away off the top of my head, Lotus Carlton, Lotus Elise. And it's a Mark 1. I don't know where they get these cars from, the lads and lasses who work behind the scenes here, but they seem to be able to find these cherished one-owner cars with a full service history that have done virtually no mileage. It's like, I think I do that in a year, and that thing's 20 years old. What's going on?
Well, when we set this business up, the people that were with me at the time, and Sam's still here, she runs online, she's somewhere in the room, we're going to have a chat with her later. We made a pact to ourselves that this was the classic car business for everybody, not just a chosen few. We would, cars and bikes, affordable cars and bikes, yet taking the service right to the top. I mean, the Mercedes, the 1930s Mercedes we sold only at the last sale 7 weeks ago. I think it was something that's over £250,000. So we can handle the big stuff, of course, with our fantastic service, but equally, this room is packed with value for everybody.
And an old Ford Sierra with scratch paintwork that sold for £55,000. Would you believe that?
Yeah, but still a good buy for somebody.
Absolutely.
That's a £75,000 car when it's tidied up.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget, you can't bid unless you register to bid online. And like Stephen said, there's nothing like being here in the room. There's a great atmosphere in the room. You get to look at the car, you get to look at the bike, you get to find out more about it that you could do all that online. Although we're not saying don't bid online, we're absolutely saying bid online. So thanks for talking to us, Stephen. Back to the sale with Tom.
Thank you very much for that, guys. Then we're moving on. Let's not hang around. Lot number 266. Next lot of the day, 1984 MGB Roadster there. Only 44,000 miles roughly on this one, and 3 former keepers. What a lovely little motor it is. Going to start the bidding off with me straight away. You're in at 3.5, £4,000. I'll go in twos if we can. At 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000 is the bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000 coming in for 2. At 4,000 a bid. At 4,000, 4,000 is bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,2. At 4,2, 4,4. At 4,000, 4. At 4,400 we're bid. At 4,6, 4,6, 4,6 coming in now 4,8 back to my commission bidder at 4,8. At £4,800 on the commission bid now at 4,008. I'll take 5 if you're coming in. At 4,800 we're bid. At 4.8's the bid now at 4,008. At 4.8 bid. At 4,800, are we finished and done here then at £4,800? Make no mistake. It's your last chance in fair warning then on this little MGB. At 4,008. At 4,800, finishing done then. Last chance, fair warning at £4,800. Provisionally, it goes at 4.8. My commission bidder here, 1001 at £4,800. Provisional. Moving on to, actually, not before we move on, let's get some of these through. Lot number 241, the Mercedes 280 SL, sold away at £6,250. Lot number 255, that lovely Rolls-Royce Phantom 3 there, sold away at £30,000. See, that's how the provisional bidding system works at Manor Park, ladies and gentlemen. Get your bids in, bid with confidence. You may end up walking away with that car. There we go. Lot number 267's up next then. Lot number 267, another MGB Roadster again this time. Oh, look at that one in the white this time then. 23,000 miles on this one as well. Start me off on this one. Where are we at? Who's got £5,000 to start? £5,000 to start on this MGB here. Go to 4,000 to start me off then. 4,000, surely. Can't go much lower than 4. Thank you. 4,000. 4,000's bid. At 4,000 a bid now, 4,000's bid. At 4,000, 4,000, gentlemen's bid here at 4. I'll take quarters if we can on this one, or 4.2, we'll take it. 4.2. Would you like 4.4? 4.4's bid. Gentlemen's bid at 4,004. At 4,004. 4.6 is online. At 4,006, would you like 4.8? 4.8's bid, thank you again. At 4,008. At 4,008. At 4,800's bid. Just having a bit of an online problem, innit? Are we up there? 4,008. Gentleman's bid here at £4,800. At 4,800 is bid. At 4,000, 4,008. 5,000. It's not accepting it. Okay, do you want to message Nick and see if we can get another laptop down here? Just having a bit of a problem with the online. 5,000's bid is come in, but I can't accept it at the minute. £5,000. 5,000's in. 5.2. 5.2's bid. At 5,002. At 5,200's bid. At 5,000, 5,002. Can I just try something whilst this is going on? Bear with me a minute. 5.4, 5.6 is coming in. At 5,006, very many apologies for this. I'll keep it coming. Just 2 seconds. Let me go to that. It's try do that. Copy. Yes, we're just getting another laptop coming now. We'll try and get it going as soon as possible. Just do, yes. Just try go on a different web browser a minute. Control minus. Accept that. Seems to be working on the different web browser anyway, so we'll be going on that. They're in at 5.6 is online. Sorry about that, sir. Would you like 5.8? 5.8's bid. At 5,008. At 5,800 it's going now. It's a bit more reactive, isn't it? At 5,008. At 5,000, 5,800 is bid. At 5,000, 5,008. At 5,800, your bid here at the front. 6,000's back in. 6,000's bid. Would you like 2, sir? 6.2, thank you again. At 6,002, gentleman's bid. At 6,002. At 6,000, 6,200's bid. At 6,000, 6,002, we finishing done. I'll submit the bid down the front then at 6,002 for the first time. For the second time then, finished and done at 6,004, 6.6, 6.8 down front. There's 3 of you now. 6,008. At 6,007's bid behind. 7.2. Would you like 7.4, sir? Shakes the head with you at 7.2. At 7,002. At 7,200's bid. At 7,200 with you at 7.2, yeah? 7.2's your bid. At 7.2, bit confusing because they were just behind you. At 7,002. At 7.2 bid. At 7,200, 7.3. Very precise, 7.3. At 7,003. Would you like 7.4, sir? 7.4 is back in, thank you. At 7,004. 7.5. 7.6. 7.6. At 7.6. 7.7. Shakes the head at 7,700 leaning at 7,007. And on sale, if that sharpens your pencil, sir, 7,007. Would you like 7,800? At 7,007, are we finished and done? Hammers up. Shakes the head with you then at 7,700. Once, twice, finished and done is selling. Yours, 7,700 to bidder number 738. Seems to be working all right, doesn't it? Moving on down we go to lot number 268, the 1964, the Ford Zephyr there then. Love this car. Rare 60s saloon as well. Looks great indeed there. Only 26,000 miles roughly on this one as well. Where are we up to on this one? Start me off. You're in at 4. I'm in at 4.5. 5,000's bid. 5,000's bid. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At £5,000. 5.5. 6,000. I'm going to go 6,250 with my commission bidder at 6,250. 6,500, you're back in. I'm out now at 6,005's online. At 6,005, 6,750's bid. At £6,750, we're bid now at 6,750. At 6,750 is bid. At 6,750, would anyone else like 7,000? At 6,750, we're bid now at 6,750 for the first time then online. At 6,000, would you go 6,900 and then we'll go in hundreds? We'll do it. 6,850, odd numbers. 6,850, just £100 bids then. 6,950's back in. Go 1,000. Go 7,000, sir, and I'll pay in hundreds. Keep it nice and easy for me. Would you like 7? 7,000's bid. Go 7,1 next. At 7,000's bid. 7,1's online. Thank you. At 7,001. At 7,100, we're bid now at 7,001. Would anyone else like 7,2 here? At 7,001. At 7,100, we're bid. At 7,1, the bid now 7,1. Are we finished and done then? The bid's online here at £7,100. Go once. At 7,100, go twice. Finished and done then at £7,100. Provisionally with you online at 7,1, 16,905. Right, then we move to lot number 690 in the sale. Then lot number 690 is this lovely Range Rover Vogue there, the autobiography edition as well. Looks great in the Xenon blue as well. Lovely looking car. Whoa, I got nothing on my book on this one. Nothing online. Where should we start? Who's got £8,000 to start? 8,000. Anyone interested at 8? What about £6,000 to start then? 6,000 to get it going. 6 is bid. At 6,000 now. At £6,000 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000 online bid here at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, can we say 6,500 next if you're thinking about it? At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, let's go 250 then if anyone wants to jump in for a small bite. At £6,000. 6,250's in. At 6,250, we are bid. At 6,250 to bid now, 6,250 is bid. At £6,250. At 6,250, 6,250. Would anyone else like to come in for 6,500? Yes, you do. Thank you online. Original bidders back in at 6,005. At 6,500, 6,500, 6,500. At 6,500, would you like to go again online? At 6,005. At 6,500, 6,500, 6,500. With the online bidder here at 6,005, 6,750's back in. At 6,750, we are bid. At 6,750 to bid. Would anyone else like 7? 7 they do. Thank you online. You're in at £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Would you like to go again? 7,250. Thank you online. North Yorkshire, you're in. At £7,250, we're bid. At 7,250, 7,250. At £7,250. Would you like to go 7,500 anywhere? 7,500's in online. At 7,500, thank you for your bids. At 7,500. At 7,000, 7,500, we're bid now at 7,500. Would you like to go again in North Yorkshire? 7,750, yes, please. At 7,750, we're bid. At 7,750 is bid. At 7,750, would you like to go 8? At 7,750 and 8 bid. At 8,000 now. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Are we finishing done here at £8,000? Make no mistake, online underbidder, you coming back for one more. At £8,000, finishing done then at 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,250. At 8,250 it goes on. At 8,250, new bidder there in Merseyside. Welcome to the party. At 8,250, 8,5. At 8,005. At 8,500 we're bid. 8,750 is back in. At £8,750 is the bid now at 8,750 for an autobiography Range Rover here at 8,750. At 8,750 to bid. Would anyone else like to come in for £9,000? At 8,750, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning then. We're going to count you down online at 8,759. At 9 bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 is the bid now at 9. At 9,000, 9,000, would you like to come in one more? At 9,000, 9,000, finishing done then. At £9,000, make no mistake at 9. 9,250's bid. At 9,250 to bid now, 9,250. At 9,250 to bid. Would you like to go one more 9,5? At 9,250, we'll count you down then online. At 9,250, make no mistake, for the first time then at £9,250. For the second time, at £9,250, finishing done with the online bidder now at £9,250. Your bid online, 9,250. That goes to 1102, 9,250. Was that 9,250? Moving on to lot number 270 in the sale. Another lovely rally car. This time it's the 1968 Austin, and over to Steve Berry.
It was never called the Land Crab. That's a bit like the Beetle. The Volkswagen is the Volkswagen. We called it the Beetle, and Volkswagen didn't call it the Beetle until 30 odd years into its production. So this was the Austin 1800. We called it the Land Crab. That's what it became known as. Our next door neighbour, Mr. Kelly, who was an electrician, had an orange one of these, and he took the back seats out and threw all of his tools in there instead. This one went to Mexico and Australia as a racing car. Have you ever seen a more unlikely racing car? But the Land Crab was very suited to those demanding long-distance rallies on account of its hydroelastic suspension system. And this one, as Fraser will be able to show you, has got a hydroelastic pump. Anyone that's owned a car with hydroelastic, and most of us had, I would imagine, is familiar with this pump. This one's got a built-in pump, so you could do it on the move. This car ended up in Australia. It didn't win the London to Sydney rally. It came 21st, although Paddy Hopkirk did manage to come second. The great Paddy Hopkirk, the late great Paddy Hopkirk, did manage to come second in one of the works cars. So what happened? This one got left in Australia, and they sort of re-identified it as the Paddy Hopkirk car. They put the Paddy Hopkirk registration, put his name on the side, and stuck it in a museum in Australia. It was eventually repatriated back to the UK. The same bloke sold it for the last 15 years. It's wearing its original London to Mexico City livery. How cool is that? And the remarkable fact about this car that's for sale here today at Manor Park, this is the only car that competed in, but importantly, completed London to Mexico and London to Mexico City and London to Sydney. The only car to do that. The only car that finished both of the most demanding and grueling races ever staged. And it's for sale here today.
Another historic piece of motor in history here for up for grabs then. We're going to start here then. I'm going to leave my commission bid behind a minute. Anyone got £15,000 to start on this one? 15,000 surely. 15,000 to start. How about £10,000 to go then? 10 to get it going today. 10,000 surely. Coming in for 10. Take it. 10. Bid. Let's go 11 next. At 10,000's bid online. At 10,000, 10,000 here then at 10. At 10,000, 10,000 we're bid. At £10,000 is the opening bid here online at the minute at 10. At 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000, we're bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finished and done then? At just £10,000, maiden bid, opening it up at £10,000. At 10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 11. 11 bid. At 11,000 on the telephone with Tim, then at 11. At 11,000 now. At £11,000, we are bid on the telephone here at 11. Online's back in at 12. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000 a bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. 13 bid. At 13,000 now. At £13,000 online, would you like to go 14? At 13,000, 13,000 and 14's back in online. At £14,000 the bid. At 14,000, 14,000. At £14,000 we're bid now at 14. At 14,000, 14,000 are we finished and done here? At 14,000, 15's in online. At 15,000 new bidder there. Welcome in North Yorkshire. It's with you at £15,000. 16 bid. Telephone bidders in at £16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. Either bidder online. Would you like to go 17? Yes, 17 is bid. At 17, back to the North Yorkshire bidder now at 17. At 17,000 now. 18 bid. Telephone bidders in at £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. 19's back in. North Yorkshire bidder now at £19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, can I tempt you back in for a half? At 19,000, go 5. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000 is bid. Are we finished and done? The bid is online. At £19,000 then, for the first time. At 19,000, 19,000. At £19,000 for the second time then at 19,000. Finished and done. 19.5's in on the telephone. At 19.5. At 19.5. At 19,520 straight back in. At £20,000 we are bid. At 20,000, 20,000. At £20,000. At 20,000 bid. Are we finished and done on the telephone? Thinking about it. At £20,000. Shakes the head. Online bidder then. It's with you now. At £20,000 it goes once. At £20,000 it goes twice. With you online at £20,000. Online bidder provisionally with you at 20,000, 17,816. Moving on to lot number 271 in the sale, the 2005 of the year. It's the Mercedes-Benz SL 350 this time then. No reserve again, another lovely no reserve car. You're in at 850. Going to go 900, 1,000, 11, 12, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 16 and £1,700 with my commission bidder. At 1,700, I'll take 18 if anyone wants to come in. At 1,700, 18 bid. 18, 1,900, 2,000's your bid. Go 2-1 with me. I need 2-2 next if we can. 2-2, 2-3. One more online. Would you like to go again? 2003 is here. 2-4. 2-4 is online. My commission interest is out. At 2004, it's with you online now at 2-4. At 2000, 2005. At 2-5 is bid. At 2005, would anyone else like 2-6? 2-6, gentleman's bid. Thank you, sir. At 2006 and 2-7, straight back in. Would you like to go 2-8? 2-8, thank you again. At 2008. At 2009. At 2-9. 3,000's back in at 3. At 3,001. At 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. At 3,001, would you like to go 2, sir? At 3,001, 3-2. They bid online, but I'll take your bid at 3,002. At 3,000, 3,002. Online, you need to go 3-3 if you want to go again. 3-3 is bid. 3-4 is back in. Thank you again, sir. At 3,004, your bid. Gentleman's bid now at £3,400. At 3-4, 3-4 and 5. At 3,005. At 3-5's bid. At 3,500 a bid now. 3-5. 3.6 before you will. At 3,006. Online, you need to go 3.7 if you're coming back in. Gentleman's bid here at 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600, are we finished and done then? At 3,600 with the gent, 3.7. Just pick the gavel up for you, sir, at 3,007. At 3.7's bid. 3.8, thank you again. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,008, would you like to go 3.9 online? Make it nice and quick. Hammers up. We've got to be fair to the gentleman here then. At 3,008, once, twice. Finished and done and selling £3,800. Your bid, 3.818. Thank you very much. Lot number 264 from earlier, the Lotus Esprit Turbo, sold away at £16,500. There we go. Moving on down we go to lot number 272, 1985, Austin Metro. The Vandenplas there. Look at that. Where are we up to with this one? Start me off then. Where are you up to? 3, 3.2, 3.4, 3.6, 3.8. £4,000 in Gwynedd, Wales. At £4,000 is with you. At 4,000 is bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, would anyone else like another 2? 4.2, gentleman's bid here at 4.2. At 4,002, you coming back in Wales for 4.4. At 4.2's bid. At £4,200, we're bid now at 4.2. 4.4's back in. At 4,004 online. At 4,004, would you like to go 4.6, sir? Shakes the head at 4,004. At 4,400 a bit now, 4,004 is with you online at £4,400. Would anyone else like to come in for one more? At 4,004, I'll tell you what, would you like to go 4.5, sir? 4.5, thank you. At 4,005, gentleman's bid's back in now at 4,005. I'll do the same for you online. Would you like to go 4.6? At 4,500, we're bid. At 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Are we finished and done here then at just 4,500? I'll count you down online. At 4,500 with this gentleman here then at 4.5. Once, twice. Finished and done then at £4,500. Your bid, sir, provisionally 835. Thank you, 835. I'm sure one of the guys will come over and speak to you very shortly. Thank you for your bids. Moving on down, we go to lot number 273, 1986, the Jaguar XJS 5.3 litre coupe. Look at that for a lovely little Jaguar. Another lovely Jag. We've had a lot of Jags and Daimlers in today's auction. Great looking one this is then. Start me off. Who's got £5,000? £5,000 to start me off on an XJS. Surely. 5's bid. Thank you online. At 5,000 here. At 5,000, we'll stay in the 500s for the moment if we can. At 5,000's bid. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At 5,000, would you like to come in for 5.5? At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 with an opening maiden bid online at 5. 5.5, you're in. Thank you again. At 5,005, Bristol's back. At 5,005. At 5,500 is with you at the minute. At 5,005. At 5.5, 5.5 and 6 bid. At 6,000, 6,000, new bidder again at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. Would you like to go one more 5? 6.5 you do. At 6,005. At 6,500 is the bid. At 6,005. Would you like to go 7 online? You're thinking about it. I'll tell you what, I'll make it a little bit easier. No, I won't. 7 bid. We'll go 250 now at £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. Would you like the call to bid underbidder? At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Are we finished and done here then at 7,000? I'll count you down online. No, we won't. No need. 7,250's back in. Bristol bidders in at £7,250. Online underbidder. Would you like to go 7.5? At 7,250 is the bid. At £7,250, we're bid now at 7,250. At 7,250, 7,250. Finished and done 7.5. At 7,005. At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Are we finished and done here at 7,005? At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, last chance in fair warning, then underbidder. You coming back again at 7,500 a bid. Once then at 7,500, make no mistake, 7,750. Thank you again online. At 7,750's bid. At 7,750 the bid now, 7,750. At 7,750 is bid. Would you like to go 8? At £7,750 is bid. Are we finished and done here then? At £7,750, make no mistake. At 7,750 for the first time, 7,750. for the second time. £7,750. Finishing done then at £7,750 with you online bidder 7750 to bidder number 9037. We will make that call. Moving on down, we go to lot number 274. This time is the 1960 Auto Union 1000 station wagon there. Look at that. That's a cool looking car, isn't it? Where are we up to with the station wagon there? Start me off. I got no interest on my book on this one. Nothing online. I don't know. Who's got £3,000 to start? Surely. £3,000. Let's get it going today. £3,000. Anyone interested at 3? I'll go to 2 if you're interested. And £2,000 to kick it off. 2's bid. Thank you online. You're in and away at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is the bid now at 2. Would anyone else like another 2? At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is the bid. At just £2,000 on the maiden, 2's back in. New bidder at 2002. Shropshire, you're in the lead at the minute at 2002. 2-4's back in now, 2-4. At 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. At 2,400 is the bid here at 2-4. At 2-4, 2-6. At 2-6, 2-8. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,800 is the bid now at 2,008. Would anyone else like to come in for 3? At 2,000, 2,008. At 2,000, 2,803 bid. At 3,000 now. At 3,000, 3,000 for the Auto Union 1000 station wagon here at just £3,000. Make no mistake then at 3. At 3,000, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning this time then at 3. I'm going to count you down online. At 3,000 once. At 3,000 twice. Finished and done at £3,000 with you online. Bidder 3,1047. We'll make the call for you provisionally there at £3,000. Moving on to lot number 275. Another nice BMW. This one is 1998 BMW 230i convertible. Again, no reserve, but I've got absolutely loads of bids. And I'm going to go in. You're in there at 2,000. I'm going to go 2-2. 2-4. My commission interest is out. You're in online at 2,004. At 2,004, would anyone else like to come in for 2-6? 2-6 is bid. At 2,600, we're bid now at 2-6. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. At 2-6, 2-6, 2-8. At £2,800 is the bid now, 283. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid now, 3,000. Would you like to go 2 online? At 3,000, 3,000, or anyone else in the room like to come in now at £3,000? At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 2. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. At 3,200 is bid. At 3,002, would you like to come in for 3-4? At 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Are we finished? Are we done at £3,200? Make no mistake online. I'll take 3-3 if anyone's nice and quick. Would anyone like the small little bid? At 3,200 once. 3-3 back in. At 3,003. At 3,300 is the bid now at 3,003 in Glamorgan with you at 3,003. At 3,300 a bid then once. At 3,300 a bid then twice. Hammers up. And away it sells at £3,300. Sold at 3-3. 5111 takes it. Moving on to lot number 276. Next up then is the 1990. It's the Nissan Pulsar GTI there. A rare on a modified JDM there as well. Lovely motor this one is. The Pulsar, I don't think there was many of these made for the British roads, I don't believe. There we go, start me off on this one. You're straight in and you're flying away online at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, £7,000 we start. My commission bidders are already out. At £7,000, the online bid is in. At 7,000, 7,005. At 7,500, ladies bid at 7,500. At 7,005 and 8,000's online. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,005. At 8,500 bid online. At 8,500 a bid. At 8,500, 8,500, 8,500. At 8,500, South Yorkshire, this time it's with you at 8,005. At 8,500 bid. At 8,005, would you like to come back in for 9? At 8,005. At 8,500, are we finished and done here then at 8,500? I'll tell you what, no need, 9's bid. 9,000 bid. California, USA, welcome back to our sale again. At 9,000, the bid is with you. It's now against you at 9,500. At 9,005. At 9,095, 10. 10 bid, thank you again, sir. At 10,000, your bid in the middle. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000 pounds is the bid now at 10. At 10,000, are we finishing done here at just 10,000 pounds? I'll take 250s now from here if it helps anyone out. At 10,000 pound is a gentleman's bid. 10,250 back in. At 10,250 to the South Yorkshire bidder. 10.5. Back in now, 10.5. At 10,005. At 10.5, 10.5, 10.5, and 10,750's bid. At 10,750 is the bid now, 10,750. 11 bid back in, thank you, sir. 11,000 pounds. At 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000, 11,250. 11,250's bid. Would you like 11,500? Shakes the head. It's all online now. At 11,250 is the bidder here. At 11,250 to the South Yorkshire bidder at the minute. At 11,250. Would anyone else like to come in for 11,500 pounds? It's your last chance in fair warning here. At 11,250 pounds the bid. At 11,250 pounds then for the first time. At 11,250 pounds for the bid for the second time. And selling, make no mistake, on outright sale. It sells online at 11,250 pounds. Sold, online bidder, 9,468. Moving on, we go down to, it's not that one out. Go down to lot number 277's up next, then 2008. The Volkswagen Golf is the R32 edition. There we go, the desirable 3-door manual as well. Lovely fast Golf this one is. Who's got £5,000 to start? £5,000. The R32 Golf there. £5,000 to start, surely. Ooh, where should we go? We'll start at 3 and we'll go in 500s. If anyone wants to jump in at £3,000, grab yourself a bargain, get a conversation going. £3,000 to start the conversation. 3's bid. At 3,000 now, let's go 3,500. At 3,000, 3,005. At 3,500 is bid. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005 and 4's bid now. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,500. At 4,500 is the bid. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. Would you like to come in £5,000? At 4,500. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. Are we finished and done here then? At £4,500. 5 if you're coming in now. The last chance in fair warning. If you'd like to come in, now is your chance. Can see you all hovering at home. Take the 250s then from here. At 4,005. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. 4,750's bid. At £4,750 online bidder is with you. At 4,750 and 5. At 5,000 the bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 is the bid now at 5. Would you like to go again online? At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000, we are bid now at 5. Are we finishing done here then? Surely not, just £5,000. But make no mistake online. At 5,000, it goes once. At 5,000, then it goes twice. 5,250's in. At 5,250 the bid. At £5,250, the bid is here in Shropshire now at 5,250 bid. At 5,250, 5,250, finishing done then. At £5,250, it goes once. At £5,250 to the online bidder, it goes twice. Finishing done then. Last chance in fair warning at 5,255. Sneaking in last minute, 5,500. At 5,005. At 5,500, 5,500, 5,500. At 5,500 is bid. Would you like to go again online? At 5,500 for the first time, then at £5,500. For the second time, at 5,500, finished and done then, make no mistake here, 5,500. Provisionally with you up top, sir, at £5,500 to bidder number 774. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 278 then. Lot number 278. Reminds me a bit like my first car there, the 1995 Vauxhall Corsa 1.6 GSI. Only 14 examples currently licensed on UK roads of these, and we're not going to mess around. I'm going to start with my commission bid at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000 bid. At 3,000's the bid. 3,200 here. At 3,200 before you, 3,400. 3.6 at 3,006. Gentleman's bid at 3,006. 3.8's bid. 4,000 now. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Gentleman's bid now at 4. And 2's back in online. At 4.2, 4.2, 4.2. At 4,200. Would you like to go 4.4? At 4.2's bid online here. At 4,002. In Staffordshire at the minute. At 4,004 it goes on. At 4.4. At 4,004 is with you in Kent. At 4.4. 4.6 back at there. At 4.6. Online, not you. At 4,006. Ladies bid now at 4,006. At 4.6, 4.6, 4.6. At 4,600, 4.8's back in. At 4,008. 5,000 again, thank you. At 5,000 bid. At 5,000, 5,000 bid now, 5,000 online. Would you like to come in for another 2? 5.2, they say yes, please. At 5,004. At 5.4, ladies bid back to you at 5,004. At 5.4, 5.4, 5.4. At 5,406. At 5.6. At 5.6. 5.8's bid. At 5,008. At 5,008, 6,000's bid. Would you like to go 2 again? At 6,000 is bid online here at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Are we finished and done at 6? It's going to sell today, so make no mistake. I'll take 100 if it helps you out. At 6,000 bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Are we finished and done then? I'll count you down. 6,1, thank you again. At 6,001. At 6,000, 6,001. 6,2 straight back in online. 6,3 bid. At 6,003. At 6,300, 6.4. At 6,400 a bit now, 6,004. At 6.4, 6.4, 6.4. Shaking the head then is with you online. I'll count you down anywhere else. At 6,400 it goes. 6.5 ladies back in. At 6,005. 6.6. At 6,600 is bid. At 6,006. At 6,600 then are we finished? Are we done? The original bidder here at £6,600 once. £6,600 the bid, then twice. We're all finished. We're done. And selling online at £6,600 it goes. Sold at 6,006, 18010. Right, moving on to lot number 279 this time then. 279, 2003 Alfa Romeo 147 GTA 3.2 there. Nice Alfa Romeo, this one is. Start me off, who's got, I don't know, £4,000 to start? Alfa Romeo, £4,000. Started off today at just £4,000. Anyone interested at 4? Surely. I'll go to 3. I won't go any lower. 3 if you want to make the phone call today. £3,000. Anyone interested at 3? Gentleman's bid, thank you, sir. Before you online, at 3,000. Go 3.5 next if we can. At 3,000's bid, gentleman's bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Gentleman's bid, 3.5's online. At 3.5, would you like 4? At 3,000, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. At 3,500's bid. At 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. At 3,500, 4 bid. At 4,000 now. At 4,000, 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000 online, you're coming back in for one more. At 4,000's the bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. I'll take the quarters from this stage then. At 4,000, I'll take 250 if anyone's interested. At 4,000 a bid. 4,250's back in. At 4,250, we're bid now. 4,250. At 4,250, 4,250. At 4,250 on the Alpha here at 4,250. Are we finished and done then? Last chance and fair warning then. At £4,250, make no mistake. At 4,250, we're finished and done at 4,245. 4.5's in. At 4,005. Would you like to come back in for one more underbidder? At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,500, and 4,750's bid. Thank you again. Shropshire bidder, you're in. At 4,750, your bid at the minute. At 4,750, 5's next if you're coming back in underbidder. At 4,750 bid. At 4,750, 4,750, 4,750. Finished and done then. Last chance and fair warning. 4,750 and 5. At 5,000 now. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At 5,000 the bid now, 5,000. Would you like to go again, Shropshire? Your turn now at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 for the first time, then at 5. At 5,000, 5,000 for the second time, then make no mistake, online underbidder. We're finished and done then at £5,000. Submitting the bid with you online at £5,000. Provisionally your way, 1063, £5,000. Right then, lot number 270, just a little update. Austin 1800 rally car, sold away at 23,500. Lot number 280 is this lovely 1972 Triumph TR6, and what better person to introduce it than Steve Berry?
Well, I can think of a few. Now, Tom, I've only seen 2 other Top Gear presenters naked, and neither of them is Jeremy Clarkson. However, James May recently featured, James May recently featured on the YouTube, driving a car. He said it was the last piece in his jigsaw of all the cars he'd ever wanted to drive. The last one left was the TR6. And he recently drove an example belonging to Mr. Jay Leno, the world's preeminent classic car enthusiast. I think we'd all agree. But is Jay's TR6 as nice as this one? I doubt it. This car has been subject to a no-expense-spared 8-year-long restoration. And it's not been, in the modern terminology, and I've got notes against the folk that do it, it's not been resto modded. It's not got MX-5 seats. It's not got a fantastic Nardi or Mortalita steering wheel. It's got the Triumph TR6 seats. It's got the Triumph TR6 steering wheel. It's got the blooming Triumph TR6 lot. Yeah, that's right. Is there a better one to be had? Not just anywhere in the UK, but anywhere else in the world? Well, if it's better than this one, I'd like to see it. And I'd like to drive it. And I bet James May would like to drive it too, but he's not going to. You might be able to buy this one today. One of the best in the world, the fantastic. Was it better than the Triumph TR7? Don't go into that territory, Clarkson style. Stay away from that controversy. And just tell the good people just how good this TR6 is. Tom, it's one of the very best.
And amazing it looks indeed. And bidding's already started at 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 9,500, 10,000's with my commission bidder at the minute at £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,500 and 11 bid. At £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000. At 11,500 and 12 back to me. At 12,000 here. At 12,000, 12,000 bid. At 12,000, 12,000 coming in for 5. 12,500 and 13 back to the commission bidder now at 13. At 13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,500, 14 back in. At 14,000 now. Commission bidders winning at 14,000 with me on the book then at 14. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000, 14,000. I'll tell you what, if you come back in for one more, at 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000 and we've finished and done. I'll take 250s now then. 14,500, take it, 14,500. Commission interest is out. At 14,500, you're in online. At 14,500, 15,000. At 15,000 a bit. At 15,000, 15,000 on the TR6 here at 15. Would you like another 5? At 15,000. We'll go to the call to bids now then. Would anyone like a 250? You coming in on the telephone, George? At 15,000. 15,250 with George. At 15,250. Take 15,500. Not with you online. At 15,250. 15,500's an online bid. At 15,005. At 15,500. At 15,005. Telephone is out at 15,500. You're in online. It's with you currently in Nottinghamshire at 15,005. At 15,500, 15,500. At £15,500. And we sell today, so make no mistake. 15,750. At 15,750's bid on outright sale. 16 bid. 2 bidders in Nottinghamshire at the minute at £16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. Would you like to go again online? At 16,000, 16,000. Would anyone else in the room like to come in at 16? At 16,000, 16,000. Online here at £16,000. Are we finished? Are we done? No. 16,250 says the other bid in Northamptonshire there at 16,250. At 16,250's bid. At 16,250. Would you like to go 16,500? At £16,250. We're finished and done then at 16,250 and 5. At 16,500. At 16,500 is bid. At 16,500, 16,500 finished and done then at 16,500. Last chance in fair warning this time then at 16,500 and 16,750's bid. At £16,750, we're bid now at 16,750 with you online. At 16,750, next bid 17 if you're coming in. 17, thanking you. Nottinghamshire back in at 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. At £17,000 is the bid now at 17. Would you like to go again? At 17,000, 17,000 for the first time, then at £17,000 online and 250 back in. At 17,250. At 17,250, 17,250. At 17,250 is the bid now, 17,250 and 5. At 17,5, 17,5, 17,5, your bid now at 17,5. At 17,5, 17,5, would you like to go again online? At 17,500 is bid. Are we finished and done here then at 17,500? I'm going to count you down online. At 17,500, then it goes for the first time, then at £17,500 and 17,750's in now. Room bidders in the lead at 17,750. At £17,750 were bid. That's how you make an entrance. At £17,750 is the bid now. 18 bid. At 18,000. At 18 bid. At £18,000 here, then £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. Just a one bid wonder there at £18,000. Last chance in fair warning, then are we finished and done? It's online. At £18,000 it goes for the first time at £18,000. For the second time then at £18,000. Hammers up, away it sells at £18,000. Sold at £18,17083. Moving on to lot number 281's up next. 281, I love a tractor, and it's a 1951. It's a Ferguson T20, this one. Lovely tractor it is. Looks like it's had some work done to it and been a bit recommissioned. Looks absolutely very great. Very collectible, very desirable these are. No reserve, gonna sell for whatever today. I had a bid of £500, but you're in at £600 and £700 is bid. At 700 here. 800 now. 900. £1,000. £1,000. Vehicles that were made to last. 1,000's bid. 1,100 now. At £1,100 is the bid now. At £1,100. At 1,100, 1,100, 1,100 is bid here at 11. 12's bid now at 12. At 1,200, 1,200 bid. 13 bid. At 1,300, 1,300 and 14 bid. At 1,400, 1,400 and 15. At 1,500, 1,500. 16's bid. At 1,600, 1,600. 17. At 1,700, 1,700. At 1,700 is the bid at the minute online at 17. Would anyone else like to come in for 18? 18 bid. At 1,800, 1,800. Agricultural history here at just £1,800. Make no mistake. At 1,800, 1,800. Last chance in fair warning. We're going to sell it today. Make no mistake. 19's bid. At 19 the bid. At 19, 19 bid. Would you like to go 2,000 online? At 1,900, plow in another bid. At 1,900, are we finished and done then? At 19 and 2's bid. At 2,000 now. At 2,000 a bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Are we finished and done? I'll stay in these hundreds for you online. No reserve, must go. At £2,000, we're going to sell. And 2,1's bid. At 2,001 now. At 2,1, 2,1, 2,1. At 2,100 is bid. Are we finished and done here at 2,1? At 2,001, then the last chance in fair warning then online. At 2,100, I'm going to count you down. At 2,100, the hammer's up for the first time and 2-2 bid. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,200's bid now at 2,002. At 2,000, 2,200, the bid now 2,002. It's off to Wells at the minute at £2,200 for the first time. It's with you at 2,002 and 2-3 bid. At 2,003. At 2,3, 2,3, 2,3. At 2,300 is bid now at 2,003. 2,4 if you're coming in. At 2,003. At 2,300, hammers up then now. At 2,300, it goes once to the online bidder at 2,003. Twice to the bidder then at £2,300. Make no mistake, it's selling now at £2,300. Sold online 7,177. Lot number 273, the Jaguar XJS 5.3, sold away at 9,500. Moving on down we go to lot number 282, another Jaguar. There we go, that was a coincidence, wasn't it? 1992 XJRS, this one, the 5.3 coupe this time there. It's had a facelift on it, lovely looking motor, this one then. Start me off on this one, I don't know. Who's got £5,000 to start? 5,000, surely. How about £2,000 to go then? 2,000, let's get a little bargain on the go. Two's bid at 2,000 now. We'll go in quarters if we can at £2,000. At 2,250, at 2,250 here, 2,5, at 2,5, 2,750, at 2,750 and 3, and 3,250 bid. At 3,250 over here, shakes the head down here. 3,250 gentleman's bid here, 3,5 if you're coming in online. At 3,250 is bid. At 3,250, 3,250. Would anyone else like 3,5 now? Already with you, I won't take it again. Is your bid at £3,250. At 3,250, 3,250, 3,5s over here now though. You're out at 3,5. At 3,005, would you like 750? Shakes the head on the telephone here then at 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. Bidding 3,750, thank you. At 3,750 is bid. Fours online. At 4,000, new bidder there. At 4,000, 4,250 bid. At 4,250 on the floor. At 4,250, 4,250. At 4,250, we're bid now at 4,250. Online, are you coming in or on the telephone? At 4,250 is the gentleman's bids over here. At 4,250, are we finished and done then? At £4,250, I'm going to count you down. At £4,250 once. 4,5. 4,5's back in. At 4,005. At 4,005 is bid. At 4,5, 4,5, 4,5. You coming in online? At 4,005. At 4,500, are we finished and done then on the telephone now? At 4,500, make no mistake, finished and done then. At 4,500 for the first time, then at 4,005. For the second time then at 4,500, finished and done then. It goes the telephone's way at £4,500. With you on the telephone, £4,500. Just waiting for the bidder number. $556, thank you. Moving on down, we go to lot number 283. This time then, lot number 283 is the 1937 Austin 7. There we go. The ruby, look at that color on that. Cute little car, it says here, and cute it is indeed. Where are we up to on this one? Starting off £2,000 for this. 2,000, just over there in the corner there. £2,000, surely two's bid. At 2,000 a bit. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 now. At 2,000 a bid. At 2,000, 2,000, I'll take two if anyone's coming in. At £2,000 here, it's just £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At 2,000, are we finishing done then? At just £2,000. Maiden bid interest then at 2. 2,2's bid. 2,2 bidding at 2,002. At 2,000, 2,002. At 2,2's the bid. At 2,002, 2,4 if you're coming in. At 2,002. At 2,002, it's not you online. It's here, and there. 2,002. 2,4. At 2,004. Would you like to go again? At 2,6. 2,6 is bid. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is the bid now at 2,006. Are we finishing done online? Would you like to go 2,8? It's against you at 2,006. At 2,6, 2,6, 2,6. Finishing done then. Would anyone else like to come in now at 2,600 once, twice? Finishing done then at 2,6. Submit that bid for you there, right? £2,600 is a provisional bid. Right then, moving on, we go to lot number 284. Have a good look at this one. 1989 BMW. It's the 635 CSI. Absolutely lovely BMW. Looks great in the black there as well. Got several commission bids. They're a little bit low, but we'll start them off. We're going to go 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, £6,000 with my commission bidder now at 6. At £6,000 we start. 6.5. 7 if you're coming in online. Before you at 6.5. 7's bid. 7.5. 7.5's in. That's 7.5 and 8 bid. 8.5's in. At 8,005. At 8,500, gentleman's bid here at 8.5. At 8,000, 8,005. At 8,005 online, there was a few of you. Would you like to go 9's bid? 9.5. 9.5's back in. Would you like to go 10? 10's bid behind you. 10.5. 10.5's here. At 10,005. At 10.5. I'll take 10,750 if it helps. At 10,005 with you guys here at 10.5. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,500. Are we finishing done then at just 10,005? Are we finished? Are we done at £10,500? Got a telephone here. Just wait for the telephone. At 10,005. At 10,500, 10,500. Are we finishing done then? Gentleman's bid then. Last chance in fair warning. I'm going to count you all down then at 10,500 once. At 10,000, 10,500 twice. Gentleman's bid then at 10,500. Finishing done at 10,500. Your bid, sir, at 10,500. 819. We'll make that call for you, all right? £10,500. Next one up and away. Lot number 285, 1980. Triumph Dolomite Sprint there. Look at that one in the red. Looks great as well. Ready to go, it says here on my sheets. Ready to go indeed. You're ready online. You're 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5.5. 5.5 is bid. At 5,500, we start online at 5,005. At 5,500, I'll take 250s if we can. At 5,005. At 5,500 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,005. Are we finishing done at just 5,005, 750's bid? At 5,750. Would you like 6? At £5,750. 6 is in on George's phone. At 6,000 a bid. At 6,000, 6,000, it's your turn online. Would you like to go again? At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000, we are bid now at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, finishing done then on George's telephone. Make no mistake, if you're coming in, now is your chance. At £6,000, we'll count you down online at £6,000 once. At £6,000 twice. Finishing done then, we submit the bid provisionally at £6,000. Provisionally with you, George. 6,000, 2012, bidder number 6.
So what we'll do is, not me, but the team will contact the vendor and see whether they accept the offer.
Moving on, we go to lot number 286 then. Lot number 286. Another one of the Fords in today's sales. The 1979 is the Ford Cortina, the 2.0S this time then. It's a rare Cortina, and today it's going to be sold without reserve to the highest bidder it is. I'm in at 1,000, 12, 14, £1,600 we're bid. At 1,600's online. At 1,600, my commission interest is out now at just £1,600. At 1,600, I'll take 17 if it helps anyone out. At 1,600 is bid. At 1,600 here, then online at 16, and 17's bid now at 1,700. 18 back in. At 1,800, welcome in Wales there at 1,800. Newport that was, and Suffolk's back in at 19. At 1,900, 1,900. At 1,900 is the bid. At 1,900, 1,902. At 2,000 now. At 2,1. At 2,100, we're back in at 2,1. At 2,001, would you like to come in for 2,2? Or anyone in the room like to jump in for a small little bit here at just 2,002. At 2,2 bid. At 2,200 is the bid now at 2,002 with you in Londonderry there at 2,002. At 2,222. Would anyone else like 2,003? Are we finishing done then? Hammers up. Make no mistake. It's here to be sold. 2,3. 2,3's bid. At 2,003. At 2,300, coming back in for one more. At 2,323, finishing done then. Last chance in fair warning on the Cortina. At 2,300, hammers up then. At 2,300, 2,4. At 2,004. At 2,424. You coming back in for one more online. At 2,400, it goes for the first time. Then at 2,005 bid. At 2,5 and 6. At 2,006, thank you for your fast bid in there, underbidder. You're back in at 2,006. At 2,626 bid. At 2,600 for the first time, then at 2,006. 2,7. 2,7's back in. At 2,7 bid. At 2,007. At 2,000, 2,700's bid. At 2,007 for the first time, then 2,8. At 2,800, back in now at 2,8's bid. At 2,000, 2,008, then once, twice. Finished and done then at 2,009. At 2,009. At 2,000, 2,900's bid. At 2,9, 2,9, 2,9. At 2,900, it goes for the first time, then 2,9. For the second time, then at 2,900, finished and done. Hammers up. It's going to sell now at £2,900. Make no mistake, at £2,900. Sold at 2,9,678. Moving on to lot number 287, another one of the minis, and this time it's the Rover Mini Cooper, the 1.3 SPI there. It's the fuel injected as well. Where are we up to? You're in? Ooh. Gonna have to go in with me at £4,000. Take priority on the commission bid with me at £4,000. Online, if you are online, you're not in at that. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000 bid, 4,2. Commission interest is out from both parties now anyway, 4,4. At 4,004, 4,6 is bid. At 4,006. At 4,000, 4,600 is the bid now at 4,006 in 4,8. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800's bid. Would you like 5? At 4,000, 4,008 and 5 bid. At 5,000 now. At 5,000, 5,002. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,2, you're in online at 5,002. At 5,200, would anyone else like to come in for 5,4? At 5,2's bid. At 5,002, are we finishing done here at just 5,200? Make no mistake. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,2. At 5,200, then are you coming in again online? At 5,200, we'll count you down then. At 5,200, it goes for the first time then at 5,002. For the second time then at 5,200, finishing done online, 5,4. Thank you, sir. At 5,4, gentleman's bid. At 5,400, we're bid now at 5,4. At 5,4, 5,4, 5,4. At 5,400, I'll take 5,6 if you're coming back in online. At 5,400 is a gentleman's bid here then for the first time then at £5,400. For the second time then at £5,400, we're finished and done at £5,400 with you, sir. 5,6. 5,6. Would you like 5,8? What about 5,7 to help you out? At 5,6 here. I'll take 5,7 if it helps. Shakes the head. Online with you at 5,006. At 5,000, 5,600's bid. At 5,600, it goes once. Twice. Finished and done then. Online bid there at £5,600. Provisionally with you online, 7177. Moving on to lot number 288 this time then. Lot number 288, 2004 is the Bentley Continental GT. Lovely Bentley, this one is. Only one owner from new with lots of history. You're in at 5,2. I'm going to have to go 5,4, 5,6. I'll take 5,8 next. 5,8, 6,000's my bid. Go 2 again online. At 6,002. My commission interest is out now. You're in online at £6,200 is bid. At 6,2, 6,2, 6,2. 6,4 if you're coming in. 6,4's bid. At 6,004. 6,6. Gentleman's bid before you will. At 6,006 here. At 6,600, are you coming in online? Would you like to go 6,8? 6,8's bid. 7,000 now. At 7,000, 7,000, it sells today, make no mistake. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000, and 2's back in online. At 7,002. Already had it online. It's gone 7,4 anyway, I believe. At 7,004. At 7,004. 7,6 is bid. George is in at 7,006. At 7,600. 7,8 up top. 7,8's bid. New bidder on the floor at 7,008. 8,000's online. Sorry, George. Just heard the ding before you then. 8,000. Would you like to go 2, sir? 8,2's bid. 8,2 already. It's in about 3 places at the minute. At 8,002. 8,4, George is in. At 8,400, either online or on the balcony. Would you like to go 8,6? 8,6 is bid. At 8,006. 8,8 back to the telephone. 8,008. At 8,800 on the telephone now at 8,008. Would anyone like 9? At 8,800, are we finished and done at 8,008? At 8,800, it's on the telephone. At 8,800, are we finished and done? I'm going to count 9. Telephone's in at 9. Too slow online. You missed out there at £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000. 9,1 I will, George. 9,001. It's going to sell today. We might as well have some fun with it. 9,1's bid. Would anyone like 9,2? At 9,001. At 9,100's the bid now, 9,001. Online, make it nice and quick if you do. You shouldn't need to think about this one. At £9,100, the hammer's up. We're going to sell to the telephone bidder once. 9,2's internet. 9,2's bid. At 9,002. We're thinking about it on the phone. At 9,002. 9,3, George is in. At 9,003. Looking for you online now. Would you like to go 9,4? At 9,003. At 939393. Are we finished? Are we done online? At 9,300. Hammers up then. At 9,300. We're all done. We're all dusted then. At 9,300. Go once, twice. Finished and done and selling on the telephone at £9,300. Sold. Your way, George.
Yeah, 2016.
Perfect.
Well done and well bid.
Bidder number 2016, £9,300 sold away. And we go lot number 289, this time 1990 Rover Mini Mayfair this time. The Mini Mayfair there. We're straight in, dinging away online at 5,000. We'll go 5.5 next if we can. At 5.2, we'll stay there. At 5.2. 5.2's bid. At 5,002. 5.4. At 5,004. At 5.4's bid online. At 5,400's the bid in Ireland. Welcome is with you in Limerick. At £5,400, your bid. At 5.4, 5.4, 5.4. At 5,400, would anyone else like 5.6 on the Mini here? At 5,004. At 5.4, 5.4, 5.6. At 5.6's bid. In the Isle of Wight at the minute, it's with you at £5,600. At 5.6's bid. At 5.6, 5.6, 5.6. At 5,600, are we finished and done then? At 5,600, I'll take 5.8 if anyone wants to come in here. At 5.8's bid. At 5.8, back to Ireland it goes. At 5,008. Northern Ireland this time at 5,800 were bid. At 5.8, 5.8, 5.8. At 5,800, would you like to go 6,000 under, bidder? At 5,008. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then. At 5,800 once, 5,800 twice. Make no mistake, £5,800. 6. 6 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 now. At 6,000 is the bid now at 6. Would you like to go 2 again? At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Are we finished and done here then? At £6,000. Make no mistake, online bidder. We're going to count you down at 6,000 once. At 6,000 twice. Finished and done then. We submit the bid online at £6,000. Provisionally with you at 6,014,997.
Interesting triangle. You're in the excuse. Yeah, we like it. Anyway,
moving on to lot number 290 is the 2011 Jaguar XJ 5-litre V8 monstrous engine in this thing, and over to you, Steve.
And Tom, that's luxury with a capital G. I'm starting right at the back of this Jaguar car to give you some idea of just how big it is. Now, of course, in the late 1960s, many of you will know that Jaguar built what was, and I think remains, the widest passenger car ever offered for sale to the British public, and indeed to the American public, who bought a lot of them, and the Cray twins, who famously had one. The Mark 10, or the 420G, as it came to be known. This is the 21st century version of the Jaguar 420G. And in the same way that people said that the Jag was superior in many respects to the equivalent from Bentley or Rolls-Royce, I'm here to tell you that this is the thinking man's flying spur. It's huge. It's got 4 doors. It's got a 5-litre V8 engine. It's finished in, get this, cashmere and champagne. Yeah, those are the ways that they've chosen to describe the colorway that's used in this very conservatively styled yet massive luxury car. It would be far easier to tell you what it's not got than what it has got, because it's got the lot. And rather predictably, it's one of those cars that got sold new in Japan, where they do seem to appreciate a sports car or a luxury car from the United Kingdom or Italy or Germany. But what they don't seem to do is use them, because when they come back to us, they're always absolute minters like this one. I'll tell you what this is today in this sale, Tom. This is, whatever it sells for, the most car for the least money.
Yes, indeed. And we've already had interest going absolutely crazy. I was in at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5, £9,000 is the current bid online now. 9.5. Even better, £10,000. At 10,000 is bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 5. 10,5? At 10,5's bid. At 10,5 down front. At 10,005. At 10,5 is the bid now at 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005. Would they like to go 11 on the phone, George? At 10,005. At 10,005. At 10,500. Jumping in and away at 12,000 on the telephone now. That's how you make an entrance. Well done, telephone bidder. It's on outright sale from the word go now. At 12,000 is on the telephone here. At 12,000, 12,000 bid. At 12,500. I'll stay low for you, sir. At 12,500. At 12,005. At 12,500's bid. At 12,005. It's going to sell today, so make no mistake here. At 12,500, we're bid. At 12,500. 13,500 is bid at 13,500. 14,500. Playing back at your own game now, George. At 14,500. At 14,500. At 14,500. 15 bid. 5. 16,500. At 16,500's bid. At 16,500. At 16,500, 16,500. 17's in. 18 bid. At 18,000 here. 19. 19,500. At 19,500. 20. 20,500. At 20,500 at the front. At 20,500. Finish. You beat them, sir. At 20,500. Once. Twice. Finished and done then at 20,500. Your bid. Thank you, sir. 614. Moving on to lot number 291 then, the MGB Roadster this time there. No reserve car again. Where are we up to? Let's not mess around here. You're in at 750. Going to go 800, 850 with my bidder. I'll take 9 and then we'll go in hundreds if we can. 9's bid. 1,000's next online. My commission interest is now out. £1,000. 1,000's bid. 1,000. 1,100. 1,100 pounds. 12. At 1,200, 1,200 bid. At 12 and 13 bid now at 13. At 1,300, 1,300. At 1,300 is the bid now at 13. At 1,300, 1,300 online at the minute at 13 and 14's bid. At 1,400, 1,400. At 14 and 1,500 now. At 1,500, 16 bid. At 1,600, 1,600. Anyone else for 17? 17's bid. At 1,718 now at 18. At 1,800 pounds. At 1,800, 1,800. Would anyone like 19? At 1,800, are we finished and done here at just 1,800 pounds? Cheap little car this is. At just 1,800, make no mistake. At 1,800, 1,800. Finished and done then. I'll count you out. At 1,800 for the first time. Then at 1,800 in 19's back in. At 1,900, 1,900. 2,000's bid. At 2,000 a bid now 2. At 2,000, 2,000 here. Then at 2,000, Shropshire bidder, you're in the lead at 2,000. I'll take 1 from anyone else if you want to come in. At £2,000 the bid. At 2,000, 2,000 the bid now 2. Are we finished and done here? At £2,000, make no mistake, I'm going to sell. It goes once at £2,000. It goes twice at £2,000. And selling now, 2,000. Sold with you online, 1, 2, treble 1. Next one in a way is lot number 292. 292 this time then is the lovely little 2004 BMW 320i, this one there. Lovely low mileage as well, low mileage, only 23,000 miles on that. Nice BMW with low mileage there. Where are you up to? We're up to at 3, 3.5, 4, 4.2, 4.4, 4.6 is bid. At 4,600 is the online bid here at 4,006. At 4.6 bid. At 4,000, 4,600 a bid now, 4,006 is bid. At 4.6, I'll take 4.8 if we can anywhere else. At 4,006. 4.8, thank you, George. Telephone bidder at 4,008. You'll be glad to know it's on sale at £4,800. At 4,000, 4,008. 5,000's bid. 5.2 back in. Online, would you like to go 5.4? At 5,002 on the telephone here then, at 5,002. Are we finished? Are we done? Would anyone else like to come in now? BMW here at just 5.2, 5.4's bid. Internet bidders back in. They're out at 5,004. I'll take 5.5 if it helps. At 5,004. At 5,400, finished and done. At 5,400 then, online bid at the minute. At 5,004, once, twice, finished and done. We sell this time at £5,400. Sold at 546812. Moving on we go to lot number 293. This time 293. Triumph. It's the 1972 Spitfire Mark IV. Look at that in the yellow. Looks absolutely stunning, this one. But I've got nothing on my sheets. Nothing's coming in online. We're asking for £3,000. Would anyone like to bid 3? 3,000 to kick it off. 2. 2's in. We'll take it. A bid's a bid at £2,000. Thank you, sir. At 2,000, 2,000 bid. At 2,000 now. 2 2's in online. At 2 4. 2 4's bid. At 2004. 2 6. At 2006. Would you like to go 2 8, sir? At 2006. 2 8, thank you. At 2008. Gentleman's bid now at 2008. Online bidder, would you like to come back in for 3? At 2,000, 2,800, finished and done then at 2 8. At 2 8 the bid. Would anyone else like to come in now? Gentleman's bid here at just 2,800. I will submit the bid. Last 3's bid. 3's bid. Just in time. 3 2, sir. 3 2 bid. Thank you. Online. Would you like to go 3 4? I'm going to be nice and fair to this gentleman. I'm going to count it down. So we go once at 3,200. We go twice at 3,200. Finished and done then at £3,200. Provisionally, 743's way. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on, we go to lot number 294. Then it's the 1983 Mercedes-Benz 500 SEL. Huge specification with this one. Absolutely great big Mercedes it is indeed. Again, no commission interest on my book, so someone start me off. Who's got £4,000 to start me off on this big Mercedes here? Surely. 3. You're in. At 3,000. At 3,000, we're bid. We're going 5s a minute if we can. If anyone's got 3 5, I'll take it. At 3,000's a bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, you coming in online. At £3,000, gentleman's bid here. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, we'll go 250s then. See lots of you queuing up. 3,250, 3,5, 3,750, gentleman's bid. At £3,750 now. At 3,750 is 4 if you're coming back in online. At 3,700, 4's bid online. At 4,000, 4,000, 250, 4,250's bid. At 4,250, 4,250. 4 5's back in now. 4,750, thank you again, sir. At £4,750. The bidder in Surrey, would you like to go again? At 4,750. It's already with you, but it's just gone 5. 250, 5,250's bid. At 5,250, 5,250. At 5,250, we're bid now on 5,250. 5,5 if you're coming in online. 5,5 they do. 5,750. 5,750's bid. At 5,750, 5,750. A 6,000's bid online. At 6,250, gentlemen's straight back in at 6,250. At 6,250, we're bid at 6,250. 6,5. 6,5 telephone bidder at 6,5, 6,750 at £6,750. Next bid 7. 7's bid 250. 7,250 is the bid. At 7,250, 7,250. At 7,250. Online, would you like to come back in? At 7,250, gentleman's bid. 7,5. 7,5's here on the phone. I'll take hundreds if it helps. 7,6 if you want one more. Shakes the head. 7,6 online at 7,006. 7,7 on the just before you, George. 7,7. 7,8 if they want to come back in. 7,8. 7,008 on the phone. 7,9. At 7,9. Online, you coming back in for one more? 8,000's your next bid. 8's in telephone. At 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000 is the bid. Another one if you're coming back in. 8,1's back in, thank you again. At 8,001. At 8,100 is the bid. At 8,001. 8,2, George's phone. Coming back in for 8,3. Dave's phone now 8,3. At 8,003, we're bid. 8.4. Can I say 8.5?
8.5 going against 8.6.
At 8,500, we're bid at the minute on one of the telephones at 8.5. At 8,005. Last chance in fair warning there, 8,005. Are we finished and done then at 8,005? 8.6 is back in. At £8,600, we are bid. 8.7, thank you again. At 8,007. At 8,700, I'll take 8.8 if they want to come back in, George. Last chance in fair warning. 8.8's in. At 8,008. 8.9. Keen bidder on both phones. At 8,009. 9,000's next if they want to come back in, George. At 8,009. At 8,900 on Dave's telephone now at £8,900. The other telephone's out. I'm going to give you that last little countdown online. It's going to go once at 8,900, twice at 8,900. Sold your way, £8,900. 2016. Moving on to lot number 295. This time then another lovely truck. This one is 1997, the Hilux there, a Toyota Hilux 2.4, four-wheel drive. Look at that. And remarkably, only 25,000 miles from new. Used an airport fire and rescue truck, the invincible truck as they call it, and we're in straight away. You're in at 4.42, 4.4, at 4,004. At 4,400 is bid. Very little money for the Hilux here at just 4,004. At 4.4, 4.4, 4.4. At 4,400, we're bid now at 4.4. Would anyone else like to come in for 4.6? At 4,004. At 4,400 is the bid now at 4.4. At 4,400 a bid. 4.6 is bid now. At 4,006 is the bid. At 4.6, 4.6, 4.6. At £4,600, we're bid now at 4,006. 4.8 if you're coming in online. At 4.6 is bid. At 4,600 a bid now. 4.6 is bid. Are we finished and done then at just £4,600? Make no mistake, I'm going to submit the bid 4.8. Welcome in the West Midlands. It's with you. At 4,008. At 4.8's bid. At 4,008. Would anyone else like 5,000 now? At 4.8's bid. At 4,800 for the first time. At 4,800 for the second time, then finished and done. We're going to submit the bid with you online at £4,800. 8093. We'll make that call for you. 8093 at 4,800 provisional. Moving on down we go. Lot number 296 this time. 1975 Triumph Spitfire 1,500 there in the yellow again. Great looking Triumph. This one to be sold with no reserve today. £1,000 is straight in. At £1,000 online. At 1,000, 1,000 is the bid now at 1. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 online bid here at 1. At 1,000, 1,000, very cheap little car this is at just £1,000. Would anyone like another small bid? 1,200 next if you're coming in. £1,000. 1,200. No reserve as well. Must be sold today. So make no mistakes here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be sold for whatever price it gets to. 1.4. At 1,400 is bid. 1.6. 1,006. London Darius with you at 1,600 bid. At 1.6, 1.6, 1.6. At 1,600 a bid. Now 1.8. At 1,000, 1,800 were bid. At £1,800 online here at 1,800 in Hertfordshire at the minute is with you at £1,800. At 1,800, 1,800. At 1,800 is bid. At 1,800, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance and fair warning then at £1,800. Finished and done then. 222. 2002's bid. At 2,200, we're bid now at 22. Back to Londonderry, you're in at 2,200 a bid now, 2002 for the first time, then at 2,200 for the second time and 4 at 2004. At 24, 24, 24. It's your bid at the minute online at 2,400. It goes once, it goes twice. Finished and done then at 2,406. At 2006. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. At 2,600, I'll take 2.8 if you want to go again online. At 2,600 is the bid now at 2.6. At 2,000, 2,600, it goes once. It goes twice. Finished and done. Hammers up and away it sells at £2,600. Sold at 26987's way. Moving on to lot number 297. 1987 Jaguar XJ then, 5.3. Lovely car again. Straight away, we're in at £3,000 we start. At 3,000, 3,000 bid. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000 bid. At 3,000 bid with you online at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, are we finished and done then? Maiden bid here at 3,2. At 3,002. At 3,002, would anyone else like to come in for 3,4? At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. At 3,200, finished and done then. Last chance, fair warning then at 3,200 once. At 3,200 twice, finished and done. We'll submit the bid then to the vendor then at 3,002. 17, 7, 9, 9. 3,200 provisional. Very provisional, I should say. Next one in the way this time is lot number 298, 1986. This is the Porsche that's just outside the door there. It's the 944. Lovely little Porsche it is. Where are we up to? Start me off. Anyone got £3,000 to start me off on the 1986 Porsche of 944? 3,000 to start, surely. 333. Anyone interested at 3? Go to 2 then. 2,000 to start. 2,000. Needs to be 2,000 today. Start it off. 2's bid. Thank you online. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At 2,000 a bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 bid. Now 2,002 is bid online. Thank you, Will. At 2,002. At 22, 22, 22. At 2,002. At 2,200 we're bid. At 2,002. 2,4's in. At 2,004. On the telephone now. At 2,000, 2,004. At 2,400 we're bid. At 2,4, 2,4 on the telephone. 2,6 against you now, George. At 2,006. At 2,600, would anyone else like to? 2,8's bid. Telephone bidder. At 2,008. At 2,800, the bid now. 2,008 is bid. At 2,8, 2,8 bid. At 2,008, would anyone else like to come in for 3? At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,800, are we finished and done here then? At 2,800, make no mistake, 3's bid online. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. 3,2, telephone bidders back in. At 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. At 3,200, we're bid. Would anyone else like 3,4 now online? You're coming back in for one more. At 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. Finished and done then. Last chance and fair warning then. On George's telephone, we're going to submit the bid at 3,200 once. 3,200 twice. Your bidder there, George, at 3,2. We'll submit the bid.
2013, sir. So it's a provisional bid. We'll get hold of it and then we'll get back to you and see where we can take it forward.
Moving on to lot number 299. 299 was this 2003 Mercedes. Already sold away prior to the auction. Lot number 300 is 1966 Ford Cortina 1500, and over to you, Steve.
So we've got this Ford Cortina here, and who would have thought that there'd come a time when an old Cortina like this would be worth as much as this one? You've got your Goodwood sticker in the back. I'll be there next week. The Goodwood Revival, the one that happens at the circuit rather than the house. The world's premier celebration of classic motoring. If you've never been, it's a great excuse to get yourself all dressed up and wander about in the sunshine. I've looked at the weather forecast. It's not so bad. Back to the car. I say it because there's so many of these cars there. And one of the reasons there are so many there is because the Cortina in this form was so successful in classic motorsport in the hands of people like Graham Hill, Jackie Stewart, and of course, the late, great Jim Clark, probably the greatest racing driver of all time. In fact, let's just say it. Jim Clark was the greatest of all time. This is not a Cortina GT. It's a Lucky Likey tribute created at vast expense, including a £7,000 paint job. And we've just been looking at how good it is. It is actually better than when it came out of the Ford factory. It's absolutely impeccable. You won't find a fault in it. And that has been the guiding principle in creating what is a fantastic 1500cc Cortina GT Tribute. Originally registered in Austria, it's a left hooker because it was sold in Austria. Brought over here a few years ago, the paint job, it's got new tires. It's got everything that it needed to be to create an immaculate evocation of the classic Cortina GT. Eligible for all sorts of events that you might want to enter it into, or just a super stylish evocation, I use that word again, of the swinging 60s.
There we go. Starting away whilst you were talking out there, Steve. Biddings coming in. It started at 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, £6,000 online. At 6,000, we're in. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would anyone else like to take another 500 here? At £6,000, we're bid. At 6,000, 6,000 online bid at the minute at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 and 5. At 6,500 bid, new bidder, you're in. At 6,005. Underbidder, would you like to come back for 7? At 6,000, 6,500, we're bid. At 6,500, 6,500, 6,500. At 6,500, I'll take the quarters if it helps you out. We're a little far away, but the bidding seems to have slowed up. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 is bid. At 6,500, 6,500, 6,500, would you like to come back in for one more? At 6,500, are we finishing done here then? At just 6,500, 6,750 in the center of the room, your bid. At 6,750. At 6,750, 6,750, 7's next. At 6,750, we're bid. Gentleman's bid seated at 6,750. Online, are you coming back in for 7? At 6,750 is bid. At 6,750, 6,750. At 6,750, I'm going to have to start counting you down online. At 6,750, if you want to come in, now's your chance. At 6,750, the bid then goes once. At £6,750, the bid then goes 7. 7 bid at the front. 7,250 behind you. Would you like 7,500? 7,500. 7,500 seated at the front. Sir, would you like to go 7,750? 7,750 behind you. Would you like to go 8? You're out. 7,750, your bid. At 7,750. 8,000's the next bid if anyone's coming in. At 7,750, seated at the back there then. At 7,750, finishing done. Last chance and fair warning then. At £7,750, once, twice, finishing done with you, sir. Then at 7,750, provisionally 617. Moving on, we go to lot number 301 this time then. Lot number 301, 1954. Look at this, no reserve there. It's the Jowett Javelin then. Where are we up to on this one? Any interest on this? Who's got £1,000 to start me off on this today? £1,000. No interest on my book, no interest online. Who wants to open it up? £1,000 to start. Surely. What about £500 then? Bargain of the day. £500, kick it off. Thank you, online. You're in. 5. 600's next. 600's bid. At 600, 600, 607. At 700, your bid now. At 700, 700 bid. And 800, now 800. At £800 is the bid now 8,900. At 900, 900, 900, would you like 1,000? 1,000 you do. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. 11 bid. At £1,100 now. 1,100, 1,100. Your bid online at the minute in Shropshire is with you at 11. Underbidder, would you like to go 12? At 1,100 is bid. Are we finishing done then at just 1,100? I'm going to count you down then at £1,100 once. 12. 12's bid. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200. Underbidder, would you like to go 13? At 1,200, 1,200 a bid now. 1,200 is bid then for the first time at 1,200. For the second time, hammers up and away it goes. Selling now at £1,200. Sold at 1,200, 10, 1, 4, 7. £1,200 sold away. Moving on to lot number 302, 1980s Mercedes-Benz 280 SL there, the SL, lovely one this one is. Start me off then, straight in at £5,000 we're bid. I'll take 500 if we can. At 5,000's bid. At 5,000, 5,000 is bid. At 5,000, 5,000 here. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, would anyone else like to come in for 5 then on 5,005? At 5,005. At 5,005, I'll take 6 next. At 5,005. At 555555. At 5,500, the bid is online here. At 5,500, make no mistake. At 55. At 5,005, are we finished and done then? At just 5,005. I'll tell you what, we'll make it a little bit smaller. Take the quarter. Do you want to come back in for a small bite? At 5,750. Online does. At 5,750 is bid. At £5,750, we're bid now at 5,750. At 5,750, 5,750. 6,000 if you're coming in. At 5,750. At 5,750, are we finished and done then? At just £5,750. Make no mistake. Last chance and fair warning then at £5,750 with the online bidders, with you in Hampshire, once. 6 bid. At 6,000 now. Shropshire's in. At £6,000. Hampshire, would you like to go again? At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. 6,250's bid. At 6,250 now. At 6,250, 6,250. At 6,250, next bid 6,500 if you're coming back in. At 6,250, we're bid. At 6,250, 6,250, finishing done then. I'm going to count you down online. At 6,250, then it goes once. At 6,250, it goes twice. Finishing done, 6,250 with you then at 6,250. We'll make that call online. 6,250, 12833, I think. Yes. Moving on down we go, this time then Triumph TR7, the TR7 track stroke hill climb car as well. Lovely TR7 this is, no reserve to be offered today. Who's got just £500 to start me off then, ladies and gentlemen? £500, shouldn't even need to think about that. 500, you're in, at 5 bid, at 500's bid. At 500, gentlemen's bid now at 5, and 6 is bid online. Would you like 7? 7's bid, thank you again, sir. At £700, your bid. At 700, 700. At £700, we're bid. Online, you're coming back in for 8. At 700, 700. It's here to go today, so make no mistake. With you at £700. Last chance in fair warning. If anyone's coming in, 8's bid. Shakes the head. You're in at £800. At just 800, 800 bid. At 800, 800 bid now at 8. At 800, 800, finishing done then. At just £800. With the gentleman down here, I'm going to count 9. 9's bid. Would you like 1,000, sir? 1,000 bid. Thank you very much. £1,000 is your bid. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. At 1,000, 1,000, finishing done then. At £1,000, hammers up, so make no mistake online. Bid nice and quick if you want to go again. I'm going to count you down at £1,000. Once, twice. Finishing done. Your bid, sir. £1,000. 612, thank you. Moving on down we go this time then. Lot number 304 is the 1989 Peugeot 309 GTI there. Recently restored as well. Lovely looking car. Going to start, you've got nothing there. Going to go 2, 2, 5, 3, 3, 5's bid. We start at 3,005 with me. 4's bid. That helps. At 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000, you're in Kent, and I'm out now at £4,000. The Kent bidder's in the lead at £5,000. I'll take 2s if it helps at £5,000. 5-2 if you're coming in. 5-2's bid at 5,002. At 5-2, 4-2. 4-2. At 4,002, long day. At 4,200 a bid. At 4-2, 4-2, 4-4. At 4,004 is bid. At 4-4, your bid online now at 4,004. At 4-4, 4-4, 4-4. At 4,400, we're bid now at 4,004. Would you like to come back in for 4-6? 4-6 is bid. At £4,600, you're in. I'm going to take the ladies' bid at 4,800, not with you online. Thank you, George. Good spot. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800, we're bid. I'll take 5,000 if you're coming back in now online. At £4,800, are we finished and done here then? We'll submit the bid today at 4,800 once. 5. At 5,000. 2's next if you're coming back in. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid. Are we finishing done at just £5,000? We'll submit the bid here then at 5,000. Would you like to go to? At £5,000, the bid is online. 5-2, thank you again. At 5,002, ladies bid now at £5,200. At 5-2, 5-2, 5-2. Finishing done then, we'll make the phone call at 5,200, 5-4. 5-4 is bid. At 5-4, 5-4, 5-4. At 5,400, are we finishing done then? At 5-4, would you like to go one more? At 5,400 for the first time here online. At 5,400, would you like to go 5-6? Shakes the head then online. Last chance and fair warning. Once, twice, finished done at 5,400. 5-6. New bidder there. Isle of Wight making a late entrance again at 5,006. At 5,600 is bid. At 5,600 a bid now. 5,006 is the bid now. 5.6. At 5,600, I'll take 5.8 if you're coming back in. At 5,600 once. At 5,600 twice. 5.8's bid. At 5,008. At 5,000, 5,800, Staffordshire's back in now, 5.8. At 5,800 a bit, then 5,008, then we go once this time, then at 5,800, make no mistake. At 5,000, 5,800 a bit, then twice, 6 bid. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. 6.2, 6.2, 6.2. At 6.2 bid. At 6,002. Go 6.4 if you want to come back in. And I'm going to say it's on outright sell. It's going to sell today. The hammer's up. We're going to sell it at 6,002 for the first time, then at 6,002. At 6,200 for the second time. Finished and done then and selling online with you in Staffordshire at 6,002. Sold at 6.2, 180. 10, I think 18010, yes, £6,200 sold away. Thanking you very much. Moving on to the last sheet of the day then, the last sheet, the last ride home, the last final furlong then, and we're on to lot number 305, 1986, the Mercedes-Benz 190E there, the 190E, gonna go with your bid at 3. We start at 3 now. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid. At 3.2's back in. At 3,002. At 3.2, 3.2, 3.2, 3.4's bid. At 3,004, Cumbria in at 3,004, 3.6 is bid. At 3,600 a bid now, 3,006 is the bid. With you in Limerick, Ireland, at 3,006. At 3,000, 3,006. Would you like to go 3.8 underbidder? At 3,006. At 3.6, 3.6, 3.6. Finished and done then at 3,600. Last chance in fair warning this time then at 3,600. Make no mistake. At 3,006. At 3,600 then once. At 3,600 then twice. Finished and done then at £3,600. Provisionally with you online at 3,600, 177.48. Thank you very much, online bidder. That is provisionally with you at £3,600. Some little updates for you then. I'm going to go with this one then. I'm going to go 265 Ford Zephyr, sold away at £7,250. Lot number 285, the BMW, sold away at £10,500. Lot number 295, the Toyota Hilux, what a bargain, sold away at £6,000. Moving on. Lot number 306, and lot number 306 is the 1973 Triumph Stag. Where are we up to with this one then? Start me off. Who's going to start it off? You're in. Online, 2,000. We'll take it. At 2,000 bid. At 2,000, 2,000 is the bid now at 2. I'll say 2-2 next if anyone wants to come in. At £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, 2-2. At 2,002. At 2-2, 2-2, 2-2. Would you like to go 2-4? At 2,200, we're bid at the minute. At 2,002, it's with you in Hertfordshire. At 2,002. At 2,002, would you like 2-4? 2-4's bid. Thank you again online. At 2,004. At 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. Are we finished and done then? At just £2,400. At 2-4 the bid. At 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. You're thinking about it now online. Would you like to come back in for 2-6? At 2-4 the bid. Are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning. I will submit the bid to the vendor, so make no mistake. At 2,400 for the first time. For the second time, finished and done at £2,400. 1102's way at £2,400 provisional bid there. We will make that phone call for you online. Lot number 203, the MG Midget, sold away at £4,400. Lot number 285, the Triumph Dolomite Sprint, sold away at £6,250. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I can't express it enough how important it is you make sure you get those bids in, because we really do get them over the line at Manor Park. We get them sold before the sales even started, during the sale, and after the sale. It never stops. When your car comes in, it's always on sale. Moving on to lot number 307, 1977, the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow 2 this time. Have a good look at that one there. Lovely Rolls-Royce this one is. I'm going to open it straight up with my commission bid at £2,000. At 2,000, I'll take 250s if we can on this one. At 2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000, we're bid now at 2. 2,250's bid. My commission interest is out. At 2,005. At 2.5's bid. 2.750 now. At 2,750 and 3. At 3,000, 3,250's bid. At 3,250, 3,250. At 3,250 your bid online 3.5. At 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. At 3,005 go in again then online. Would you like to come in for one more? At 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. At 3,500 is the bid here then. At 3.5. Are we finished? Are we done? At just 3,500, make no mistake. At 3,005 for the first time then on the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow 2. For the second time at £3,500, finished and done. Last chance and fair warning at £3,500. With you online, 10,552 takes that one provisionally there for 3,500. The last ride home, the last lot of the day. Have a good look at this one. Lot number 308, the 1934 Austin Ascot this time there. No reserve to be sold. I'm going to go straight in with my bid at 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, £1,000. My interest is now out. You're in online at £1,000. We'll take 11 next. At £1,000 is bid. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. At £1,000 the bid. Now 1,000 is bid. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Are we finished? Are we done? The last lot of the day. 11 bid, I see you. 12 if you're coming back in. 12's bid online. At 1,200, 1,200. At 1,200, 1,200. Would you like to go again? At £1,200. Are we finished and done? We're selling now. Last lot of the day at £1,200. Ladies and gentlemen, we're Manor Park Classics. It sells now at 1,200. 13 bid. 13. Can never get that closure in at £1,400. At 14 the bid. At 1,400, 1,400. At 1,400, go again online. At 1,400 for the first time. At 1,400 for the second time. We're selling at £1,400. Sold at £1,400. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the last lot of the day. Let me just get this buyer number 10980. 10980 there. Thank you very much for bidding all around the world. We've had lots of international bids. Been watching all around the world on YouTube as well. We do great things on social media. Do please come and follow us on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We got some great surprises coming your way. I'm going to leave the guys to tell you that during the course of next week. So please do keep your eyes out for that. The next auction we have is on the 13th, which is next weekend at Barron's Classics. Do not miss that one. Probably about 60 lots or so in that one. The next bike auction and car auction here will be the 16th and the 17th of October. And I believe we also have a platinum sale coming your way very soon again. Thank you very much for bidding. We've been Manor Park Classics and we look forward to seeing you all again.